two, one, two, 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 one, two, two, one, two. Two, one, two, one, two.
Hello.
Carol.
I'm just going to change my background. How do I do that on here? Video. Hi, you can hear me all right? Right, I think that's better for now. Hello, you can hear me?
Hi, morning. Can
Carol.
you hear me? Hi, morning. Hello.
Blessed
Hello.
day.
Can you hear me fine? Hi.
What about now? What about now? So you can hear. You're breaking up badly.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome to the third day of the Global Freedom Festival's Symposium on African Spirituality. This morning, we're going to be looking at ancestral communion and state heritage projects. My name is John Hunt. I'm assisting Dr. Murray in the convening of this symposium. And today we have a special treat. I wanted to invite a colleague of mine from Trinidad, part of the Maroon community, American. Her name is Akila Jaramogi, to offer an opening invocation and then to share her story, which will very much dovetail into our opening panel. Welcome, Akila.
Hey, Paulita. Hey, Paulita. Hey, Paulita. Babalorita. Mojubaye. Babalorita. Mojubaye. Baba Orisha. Baba Orita. Mojubaye. Baba Orita. Mojubaye. Ibashe. Ibashe. I offer light and pour libation to all our ancestors. I offer life and pour libation. Omi tutu, ona tutu, ile tutu, ori tutu, tutu laroye, tutu ariko babawa, Baba Yeshu. I give you thanks as you open the portals. Baba Yeshu, I call on you as you carry your message from Aye to Orun. Baba Yeshu, owner at the crossroad, take charge of this session, take charge of my people. Oh, I offer light and pour libation to all our ancestors, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Ancestors who were taken away from Mama Africa and brought along the Middle Passage. Ancestors who were murdered, raped, abused, deceived, tortured, tricked, lied, and died tragically during the Middle Passage. I pray that Mama Olokun receive them with love. For those ancestors who survived the Middle Passage, I give thanks as we call their names. I give thanks as we, as the surviving descendants, come together today to celebrate those ancestors who survived, so we can be here today. I offer light and pour libation, as I say, Opinifun Olorun, Iba Olodumare Oba Ajike Mochiloni, Mowogun Merinaye, Iba Ilawore, Egbeje Leri La Funiwu La Adu, Ente Olodumare Kopajo Iku Ida, Iba Oloregbo, Ibase Ila Orun to the east, Ibase Iwo Orun to the west, Ibase Ariwa to the north, Ibase Guso to the south, Iba Oba Igbalaye, Iba Orunoke, Iba Tiworun, Iba Osoro Dayo, Dayo, Dayo. Ekaro, everyone. I am Kila Taliba Jaramogi, Efuntade, Orisha Umi, Orisha Bemi, Dada, Ifa Basola, from Ile Osaigbo Itapa Shrine in Trinidad. I'm a proud American descendant. I am happy to be here to share a little bit about my journey, the journey of the Americans in Trinidad. Americans, resilient Americans like Papa Niza, Hackshaw, Saunders, Ayers, Allen, Elliott, Cooper, McLeod, Loney, and many, many more. I here share my story of Africans who were taken away and placed on plantations in Virginia, North and South Carolina, Georgia, Spanish Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Mexico, and Oklahoma. These Africans, during the War of 1812, while some of them were still on plantations, and some of them ran away from plantations long before, answered the call. It was their freedom call, but it was a call for Africans or anyone to join the British Army to fight the Americans during that 1812 war. Our ancestors, they came out of hiding. The Maroons, who were able-bodied and ready to fight for freedom, came out of hiding, and they all answered that call, put on the red coat, and fought on the side of the British in the 1812 war. They class it as a fight for freedom, a fight for freedom. So after the war, it was a very short war from 1812 to 1814. Our ancestors were offered their freedom out of America to be placed on one of those British colonies and to be given lands. So after the war, the British mobilized our people and sent them to Bermuda on garrison duties while waiting for a place to send them or to settle them. But while in Bermuda, they were offered to fight again on the side of the British, our ancestors, They were offered to form a brigade of their own. Our ancestors said no. They wanted their freedom, and that is what they fought for. Under harsh conditions in Bermuda, the British sent our ancestors to Halifax in Canada. Apparently, they did not want us there, so they sent us to Trinidad. We came in the order in which we served during the war, and we settled in different parts of South Trinidad. The first batch of soldiers that came, they settled in Laventille. A portion of them settled in Laventille. They came on a vessel called the Lavant, and another group settled in Caroni. They came on a vessel called the Caron. And I'm not sure if the names of these vessels had an influence in the name of the community today, because Lavant is now Lavantille. And Caron, the vessel name, is now the area called Caroni. So that is something for us to look at. But more so, the second batch of soldiers came and they were down south. The first batch too moved down to south after a while, but the second and third were down south. The fourth company of soldiers were also down south in Muruga, but they were placed in a place called Hardbargain, away from the group of soldiers that were settled close by, first, second, and third company. The fifth company of soldiers settled close to the third company of soldiers, and also the last company of all, the sixth company of soldiers, settled close to first, second, third, and fifth company. The fourth company of soldiers were not too happy. They said, this is a hard bargain. We don't like the land. We don't like to be separated from our families, but it still exists there today. And on the 1st of August, we will be down in Hardbargain celebrating emancipation. However, after settling in the company villages, we did not want to be called Americans. So we changed our names to American. So today you will hear about the Americans in South Trinidad. Yeah? The Americans class us as disloyal slaves, but we did not care. They classed us as internal enemies, but again, we did not care. We were just aiming to be free. We just wanted to be free, and that is what we fought for. But following the war, at the end of that war, the seventh company of soldiers stayed in Florida. At that time, Edward Nichols had left them with the fort, and that is along the Apalachicola River, and the fort is known as Negro Fort. However, as we unearth more history, we end up learning that that area along the Apalachicola River in Florida was a place where Africans had formed a community 100 years before that 1812 war. There was a thriving Maroon community along the Apalachicola River where we shared the space with Muscogees, Seminoles, Ichis, Appalachies, Choctaws, and other Indians that were on that side or around Florida before. However, it was a safe haven for us. Having the name Prospect Bluff, safety, until the British came in, and of course, they built a fort there, and of course, they left us with the fort. But the Americans were still upset about it. The British ended up losing the war, yeah, and they retreated. They moved out, but at the Apalachicola site, those soldiers remained. Andrew Jackson was not pleased about it, and one day he sailed up with his men and he fired one hot shot, as they would put it, a hot cannon, directly at the site of the fort and destroyed over 270 Africans that were there, including some of the soldiers that fought on the side of the British. And today, we embrace those memories of our ancestors. Today, we continue to pay homage to that site and deem that site as a sacred site to us. The stories in bits and pieces, this story that was never told to our scholars, to our historians, to our children, and now being told. This story of the Africans who were murdered is one of a war crime that was committed against our ancestors by Andrew Jackson, Gaston, and others, McIntosh, and all of them who were part of this crime. However, in 2020, I got a call from two archaeologists in Florida. They said they were looking for surviving descendants of the War of 1812. I was happy to answer that call. I was happy to answer the call to hear about my Maroon ancestors, to hear the story of marriage, to hear stories of our ancestors who refused to be shackled, to hear stories that they live among the first peoples of that area. Yeah, I was happy to hear those stories. I took that story far and wide. After I was told about our ancestors who were murdered, the call I got was to justify that remains were resurfacing after Hurricane Michael in 2019. And the archaeologists wanted permission to safeguard or secure the space. My organization, the American Heritage Foundation, was happy to say we need to be consulted some more. We need to consult experts who are aware of how to deal with remains and address situations like that. We need ones with the skill set to assist us in moving forward with this case. So instead of just giving folks the rights to go ahead and do what they want, I told them we need to sign something, set up some form of partnership. And by 2022, we had a memorandum of U.S. Forest Service, National Forest in Florida, and our American organization, the American Heritage Foundation. By the 15th of July, 2022, I was there as a guest of the state and a volunteer of the park in Florida, and a representative of our Maroon ancestors and Americans in Trinidad. And I was happy to sign that agreement. An agreement that states nothing shall be done without consultation. Nothing shall be done without the permission from our ancestors. And this is where we are today. The relay agreement, and by 2027, we are back again. I was happy when I was over there this year, May, the month of May, as we celebrate emancipation in Florida on the 20th of May. I was happy to hear that they're willing to come to Trinidad, that's the U.S. Forest Service, and to enlighten our state about this agreement. And I, in return, was happy to share with them that this agreement does not just stop in Trinidad, but today, and for the past 3 years, we have formed an organization, Apalachicola River Free Settlement Cultural Collective, which we have asked other groups to join us, the Yamasis, the Maroons of Florida, Americans, the Maroons of Georgia, which is now known as the Gulagichis, who came to Trinidad as well. And this is our organization that we form representing our ancestors. So this is where we reach today. As we enlighten our brothers and sisters throughout the diaspora of this model, I am hoping that our ancestors are pleased with our action, and we continue to be guided by our ancestors. We do divination before we move forward. I'm a Orisha devotee, again, Iya, the Ileosa Igbo Itapa Shrine. And I reach out to other shrines for support. My brothers and sisters in Jamaica, again, we included Charlestown, Moortown, Trelawneytown, Accompong, and Scotts Hall. Those are the Maroons there that we reached out to through our United Maroon Indigenous Peoples, of which I'm one of the co-founders. And also our brothers and sisters, the Okanisi, the Saramaka, the Matawai, the Quinti, the Aluku, and the Paramaka peoples of Suriname, of which we are all brothers and sisters, and I was privileged to be there with them. Also, the Maroon descendants who still even trying to find themselves from Dominica. We had a big libation there in the square, as we call on Maroon Bella, Facel, Congore, Cicero, Jacko, Kwashi, Jabba, Zombie. We call all their names. So throughout the diaspora, we are igniting that energy of our ancestors, and we hope that others join forces with us to make sure that our ebo reaches Orun and back to Aye, so we can ensure success and peace, so we can live the life that our ancestors paved for us, so we can live our ancestors' dream, that dream to be free, that dream for justice and equality, that dream that one day we as descendants will not walk with our heads down, but we'll stand up and be proud. The work of Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, Kwame Ture, and many more. I offer light and I pour libation in their honor. I give thanks to Brother Murray. I give thanks to Brother Hunt. I give thanks to all of you liberators as we see collective liberation for our people this day and forever. Ashe, Ashe, Ashe.
Ashe, ashe, ashe. Thank you so much, Aya, for taking the time. I know that you are pressed for many activities coming up to Emancipation Day, but your words and your story has truly touched all of us and given us food for thought and reason to hope for a united future. Thank you so much.
Ashe, Ashe. Modu pelo polo polo po. Ashe.
Ashe. I will now take this opportunity to introduce the chairman for this panel. In another manifestation, he is the deputy director of the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, but today he is the chair of this particular panel, Mr. Kevin Farmer.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everyone, and good evening and good night, because I do know that we have persons online from around the world who've joined us. Today we're going to be looking at ancestral communion and state heritage projects with Dr. Matthew Riley and Dr. Tara Innes. I'm going to turn it over to Matthew and then to Tara and then to Reverend Rex. I'm looking forward to an engaging and robust discussion as we talk about ancestral communion and state heritage projects. Matthew, welcome and good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Kevin. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. And I also just sent along a request to share my screen, if that's okay. I do have some slides to go along with some of my remarks this morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you might be. Let's see. Hopefully that comes through. Let's see here.
Yes, you should be able to right now.
Great. Okay, is everyone able to see my slides?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you to Dr. Murray, to John Hunt, and the speaker before me. Such a powerful invocation to get us started. And I think I should begin with two caveats. You know, I'm so grateful to Dr. Murray for the invitation to be here. And I do recognize, speaking after such a powerful invocation, someone not from Africa or the diaspora. So I, of course, am humbled and honored by the invitation, but I also take that as a very serious responsibility. And I will do my absolute best to speak for and with the communities that I've collaborated with over the years. And secondly, the other important note is that I am an archaeologist. And I say that fully aware of the history and baggage that comes with that profession, knowing that archaeologists historically have not always done right by the communities with whom they've worked. Including necessarily communities from Africa and the diaspora. But thankfully, as we just heard, there are important changes that have been happening over the last few years, notably through more community engagement, dynamic collaborations that have led to powerful outcomes and goals and towards the struggle for freedom that we heard so much about just a few moments ago. So I am truly grateful to be here. And I start today with a brief title for my remarks that are going to shape the point that I'd like to make, but also building on what we just heard, the important connection between spirituality, ancestral communion, place and land, and of course, as we'll hear in these next few minutes, politics, because they're inseparable in a number of ways. And I purposely start with this image in the background of an important ancestral communion ground right near where I am in New York City. I'm currently based in Brooklyn, but this site is just a stone's throw away in Lower Manhattan. And this is the African Burial Ground National Monument. And you can see a clearer version of it here. And it was rediscovered in the early 1990s when a crew of archaeologists was required by law to determine if a federal building project would disturb any important cultural sites. And I mention this project here and now because the very law that required archaeologists to conduct their consultation is now being threatened by the Trump administration. In the last week, they have called for radical changes to this very regulation that is seen as kind of a model to follow around the globe. I've had a number of conversations with Barbadian professionals, including both Dr. Innes and Kevin Farmer as well, about the importance of this type of legislation. And now it's currently on the chopping block in the United States, highlighting the importance of politics in the protection of these sacred burial spaces. So I'll be coming back to this particular point in terms of the intersection of these politics at the state level for commemoration projects, and then also the grassroots work that's being done on the ground with communities and through archaeological practice. And it's with that in mind that I take us to Barbados, a site that many of you are likely familiar with, that of the Newton Burial Ground. This sacred space for several years now has been a quiet space for reflection and commemoration, and now, as many of you know, is slated for a major overhaul in the midst of extreme development for a heritage park or a heritage district. And well before these plans were in place, this was the site of extensive archaeological research. Some of you will likely be aware of the work that was conducted in the 1970s by Jerome Handler and Frederick Lang. You can see a few of the articles that were the outcome of some of this archaeological field work. And importantly, there are 2 points I want to focus on with regards to Jerome Handler's work. One, it was incredibly important in terms of highlighting the persistence of African cultural practices and the survivance of spirituality amongst enslaved populations in the Americas. Now, of course, the archaeology was already just confirming what practitioners in the present were already doing and saying about the survival of these practices. But here we had an archaeological site where for the first time there were burials with signatures of practices that were directly coming from or inspired by practices in West Central Africa. Now, the second important point I want to make about the new project, the kind of work that was being done was rather unprecedented for the Caribbean, and at the same time would not be conducted under contemporary ethical standards in the 21st century. This was an academic project where the leaders of the project actively sought out burial spaces without close collaboration with descendant community members, looking to learn more from the ancestral remains of these individuals. Now, while a lot was learned and gleaned from these studies, it is important to note that ethical standards have drastically shifted. And this is important for a number of reasons. Primary amongst those reasons is the protection of these sites with instead using non-invasive methodologies, which I'll turn to again in a moment. But one of the important points I'm trying to make here is that archaeology early on was playing a key role in documenting not only the persistence of African cultural traits in burial practices, but also their transformation. And one of the major themes I'm going to focus on in the remaining time I have is what drives those transformations. Part of it is what we heard earlier with the violence and the criminal brutality of the Middle Passage and transatlantic slave trade and other forms of plantation slavery throughout the Americas. And what we see in the 1970s, as scholarship was paving the way for better understandings of the development of Caribbean Creole societies, cultural transformations really became the cornerstone for how we analyze the cultural practices of African descendant populations throughout the Caribbean, including in Barbados. So primary among them are the texts that you see on your screen, Kamau Brathwaite's The Development of Creole Society in Jamaica, and then Sidney Mintz's work, Caribbean Transformations. Now, these two texts were foundational for a number of reasons, primarily in terms of my purposes today, understanding how cultural changes occur within plantation societies, on and off the plantation as well. And one of the points that I'm going to be focusing on for the case studies that I present here are that we're not just dealing with cultural practices that are changing on the ground. We're also trying to understand the politics behind those changes. What pushes them? How do we have the violence of enslavement force changes upon populations, but then struggles for survival and resilience that persist in the wake of these political shifts as well? And in order to demonstrate that, I bring us to a collaborative project that I recently conducted at the Codrington Estate in the parish of St. John in Barbados, one that's near and dear to the heart of our chair for today, Kevin Farmer, where he's the director of this Codrington Trust project. And the work that I'm discussing here took place in a small corner of the Codrington property using geophysical methodologies. As mentioned before, we're no longer relying on excavation to disturb burial grounds. We're instead working on non-invasive methodologies that we'll return to in just a moment. But given the focus of this particular session this morning, I wanted to discuss a little bit of the archival research that I conducted using the archives of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. For those of you who are based in Barbados or have visited before, you'll likely be familiar with the site that you see on the screen here, that of Codrington College. Now, what's often forgotten about this very bucolic space is that while it is a space of sacred study and theology, it also was, of course, for many, many years, a functioning sugar plantation going back to the 17th century. And by the time of, when the property was turned over to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel after the passing of Christopher Codrington, we see that there was an attempt to proselytize or Christianize the African and African descendant population that was enslaved on this property and brutally working under the conditions of sugar production or forced sugar production in this corner of the island. And through these proselytization efforts in the late 18th and early 19th century, many rectors or reverends were sent to this particular property in an attempt to Christianize the enslaved population. And one of these attempts was spearheaded by an effort to build a chapel for the enslaved. Here you can see that this particular chapel was constructed in 1819. And you can see here that there's a plaque that's commemorating the construction of this chapel right in front of the church that's still standing today, known as the Church of the Holy Cross. Now, importantly, as I mentioned, in conducting the archival research for this project, I came across a number of interesting elements from the letters that were being sent by the Reverend at Codrington back to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. Some of these archival materials were the burial registries. Here you can see a number of the enslaved peoples who were killed during the hurricane of 1831. This was an event that cost millions of pounds in damage, but even more importantly, the consequential loss of human life on the sugar plantations. And each of these individuals that's listed here by first name only, given that they were enslaved, they were not given the dignity of the last name in the archival record. They were all buried in the church grounds as a result of their deaths during the hurricane. But as I mentioned, there were also letters going back to the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel. And I turn to brief snippets of these letters here because they highlight that political tension I was highlighting earlier. The tension of having a forced proselytization effort on one hand and struggles for resilience and a claim to place on the other. So what you're looking at here is a letter dated March 29th, 1822 from the Reverend John Pinder, who was tasked with converting the enslaved population and then bringing them into the fold of Christian practices and belief systems. And he's writing this just 3 years after the construction of this chapel, which had an associated burial ground, which I'll get to in just a moment. But there are a couple of pieces here which you can read through this text as I'm speaking. While I am going to be focusing on the burial practices, what you can see here is that it wasn't just limited to burial or attending church services. There was a whole swath of cultural practices and ways of being and acting that were associated with this Christianization effort. And in this very first line here, you can see here that Pinder is identifying that there are people preparing for the conversion process and noting specifically that one is an African individual. There are a number of letters that Pinder is writing where he notes that the hardest time he has with conversion is for those who are newly arrived from continental Africa. There's a tension and a struggle on the part of Pinder to try to physically and mentally and emotionally eradicate certain practices and beliefs amongst the population. And here in these letters, we do see that he's reporting back to his bosses, and he wants to make himself sound as if he's doing a really wonderful job. So, of course, he's going to sing his own praises and promote his quote unquote successes, where he notes that he's bringing many into the fold of Christianity. He's also noting here that there's marriages, for instance, and the marriage practices he wants to bring fully into Christian tradition, noting that in some cases, there are people on the plantation, men on the plantation who are taking multiple wives, and that this is not in keeping with specific Christian practices. So here we see importantly on the ground efforts to eradicate practices that may have come from or been inspired by African traditions and practices, depending on the region of origin in West and Central Africa. Not only that, on the next slide here, you can see here on the bottom, this is where I have this note here, the men have 2 or even 3 wives. And then on the next slide, this continues here. Not only were these African-inspired traditions frowned upon and sought to be eradicated, but we also see the quote-unquote dangers of race mixing on the plantation. Pinder here is lamenting the fact that quote-unquote mulatto children are being born. And importantly, we absolutely must note that many of these children are likely the result of sexual violence and rape, and many of the things that happened on the plantation against enslaved peoples. We also have to consider the possibility of relationships that were happening outside the bounds of the plantation that were out of view of those who were in charge. I've conducted for many years research on the red leg or poor white population, and through a lot of the archival research I've done on that project, we have seen some of these populations where intermixing was very common. But importantly here, you can see at the bottom, he's observing that there's far less cursing and swearing and drinking. This was an effort on the part of the Reverend to eradicate any quote unquote immoral behavior as he saw fit. So this was part of a process of radically changing cultural traditions to impose a certain type of Christian ideology and belief system. Now, importantly, through our work over the last few years, we have conducted non-invasive methodologies to try to understand where these individuals were buried on the property. And through collaborations with Dr. Brian Whiting and my colleague Herbert Signoret, as you can see on the bottom here, we likely have uncovered the burial ground next to Holy Cross Church. And this is through these non-invasive methodologies, as well as the gathering of oral histories, which was conducted with Barbadian amateur historian Newlands Greenidge. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that we're not exactly looking for burials to excavate. We're certainly not planning any excavations. But the point is not to try to understand if in burials we had specific indications of African spiritual practices or more Christian practices of burial. The point is not to try to speculate as to the internal beliefs that may have been held by a very diverse and complex population, but instead to understand how these processes relate to a politics of place, how a population sought to care for their dead. And maybe the best route that they found towards caring for their dead was adopting Christianity to place their loved ones in a protected burial ground. Did this mean full-fledged embracing of Christian practices and belief systems? It's not for us to speculate, but we do see an important process of claiming space to protect as one's own and venerate their ancestors. And very briefly, before I turn things over to Dr. Innes, I want to quickly mention a population that then migrated from Barbados to West Africa. When we talk about the African diaspora, we often think about the transatlantic slave trade and the forced movement of peoples from the continent to the Americas. But as we heard just prior during our invocation and welcome, we also have to consider the ideas of Pan-Africanists like Marcus Garvey. And a space that was near and dear to Garvey's heart was that of Liberia. And a rather unknown story of this particular back to Africa migration was that a group of Barbadians sailed from Barbados to Liberia in 1865. And you can see a book here by my colleague and collaborator, Corrie Banton, who mined the archive to learn more about this Barbadian population who sailed for West Africa. And being mindful of the time here, I'm going to quickly go through just one aspect of the work that we've been doing over the last several years. Many of the Barbadians who arrived in Liberia in 1865 would go on to settle the township of Crozierville, about an hour's drive today from the capital city of Monrovia. You can see the welcome sign that was established during the centennial in 1965. And you can see here from this drone video, this is what the community looks like today. One main thoroughfare known as Lemongrass Street. And on either side of this road, Barbadian families were granted 25 acres of land to build a home and start agricultural industry, in some ways modeled on what they left behind in colonial Barbados. But for our purposes today, I do want to point to a few important spaces that were set aside upon the arrival of migrants in 1865. You can see Christ Church. You can also see Reeves Memorial Church. Christ Church was likely named after the parish in Barbados where many of the migrants were coming. But importantly, these churches and many of the homesteads had burial grounds that were immediately established. And importantly, these burial grounds are well manicured and taken care of today. And many of the headstones actually promote the fact or proclaim the fact that these individuals who passed away were part of that migration process from Barbados. And I point to this because it's an important politics of claiming space. How space can be claimed both in a new homeland of West Africa, even an ancestral homeland, while also nodding to a place of origin for an individual, that of the West Indies. These are transatlantic ties that have been fostered across generations and now cemented into place through human remains and a protected ancestral burial space. And you can see here in this last drone video, archaeologists, of course, need to distract everyone with really nice imagery and videos. So that's why I have a couple of these drone photos. Right in the foreground, you can see the Port family plot for all the burials within the extended family. That's just to the foreground there below you. And as I'm zooming in, you'll see the Port family home up on the hill in the background as I'm zooming in. These were important familial spaces that needed to be close to the residence of where the family was living, something that was often denied during the period of slavery in Barbados and throughout the West Indies. So a claim to space is crucial for veneration of ancestors, a struggle that began with enslavement and the Middle Passage and continued through freedom, and in this case, for the Back to Africa movement. And in closing out here, I note that this transatlantic process is alive and well and thriving today. It was just in 2024, 2 years ago, that I was fortunate enough to be a part of a pilgrimage back to Barbados of Liberians of Barbadian origin who came back in mass for the first time, with over 400 people participating. Here we see Prime Minister Mia Mottley, former Liberian President Madam Sirleaf, former ambassador to South Africa from Liberia, Lorenzo Witherspoon, and then, of course, Senator John King from Barbados. And importantly, not only are we commemorating these transatlantic bonds, but this is something that's happening in geopolitical bonds as well, where there's now avenues for Liberians of Barbadian descent to claim citizenship. I view this as a continuation of this struggle for belonging, a struggle that transcends national boundaries that were often set by colonial powers in Europe and the United States. So here we see an effort to claim these types of transatlantic stories at a grassroots level to build with community input. And I return now to Newton because I make these points by noting the importance of land, connections to soil, and connections to space. And while these state-sanctioned projects are crucial for memorialization and building a sense of place and belonging after centuries of colonial violence and the criminality of enslavement, the challenge becomes rekindling those types of connections when we strip to bare earth, when we remove those soils that were so critical for ancestral veneration and communion. That soil holds many of the material remains of these pasts. And when they're stripped to bare earth, we remove that context and we have to build something anew, which is a real challenge without the important part of community input from the very, very beginning. And so on my final note here, I'd like to come to a term that I've used in a very recent publication where I'm considering a lot of these transatlantic connections over centuries and generations. And that is an archaeology of return. And I here identify return as the processes, both physical and spiritual, by which displaced peoples reclaim place and belonging, whether in a space of origin or otherwise. And I hope in my comments today, I've indicated how the physical process of return can be part of this journey, whether it's Barbadians to Liberia, or it's a claim of ancestral belonging in the soils that one has tilled over the generations. In either case, these spaces have to be protected. And oftentimes, a state-sanctioned project may do more harm than good if there's no community input and collaboration from the very, very beginning. And so I close by thinking about the sacredness of these spaces and how through more collaboration, we can do a better job of grassroots efforts that can properly memorialize, commemorate, and respect places for ancestral communion. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm looking forward to the conversation.
I'm not sure if we're handing back to the chair, but maybe the chair can let me know how to proceed.
Tara Ennis.
Okay. Thanks, Kevin. And thanks, Matt, for opening the innings there. I'm really appreciative of you going through a lot of the background to several of the projects that have been really purported to be kind of national or political or state projects or done by elite actors, so promoted by elite actors in societies, not just in the Caribbean, but across the diaspora and increasingly actually on the African continent as well. So I appreciate that background. It allows me to delve into some other issues that I think we need to consider today. So I want to thank the organizers for inviting me just for a very humble contribution to this discussion. And again, I appreciate the invocation that we had to start the session. These are really the voices that are the most important in the work that we do as historians or as archaeologists, as museum professionals. These are the voices that need to be the ones to lead. So I'm very happy that the organizers have put that voice in a leadership position today. So I want to speak directly about something we often dance around in heritage discussions, and really around ancestral communion. This is the living relationship between African descendant communities and those who come before us. And I want to speak about how the state and elite actors continue to marginalize that relationship at sites of memory for the slave trade and slavery across the diaspora. This is not an abstract issue affecting a small minority of people. It is deeply personal, it is spiritual, and quite plainly, it is political. Many global cultures acknowledge ancestral communion as a vital part of their culture, but for various reasons across the African diaspora, it never seems to be fully embraced or valued in many contemporary communities. And that's not just in communities within largely non-African or non-African descendant populations. In fact, these are often concerns that are brought about by state projects actually led by individuals in descendants of African communities themselves. That contradiction of global acceptance and even what may be considered as exploitation for tourism development versus the marginalization of local or community interests is the source of an uncomfortable tension that I want to explore today. Ancestral communion is universal, so it's across all human cultures, but African traditions tend to be marginalized, particularly across the African diaspora. Across the world, ancestral communion is honored in Korea and South Korea at UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the Jongmyo Shrine, for example. In Africa, the Royal Court of Tibele in Burkina Faso has very strong intangible ancestral traditions tied to a UNESCO World Heritage Site. We have festivals like the Dia de los Muertos in Mexico, All Souls Days traditions in Dominica, St. Lucia, Martinique, Guadeloupe. Human beings everywhere understand that the dead are not gone. They remain present, guiding, protecting, and shaping community identity. But when African descendant communities express the same truth through what could, in Barbados, for example, through the Orisha community, through spiritual Baptist practice, or Vodun in Santeria, in the rest of the Caribbean, or even in Christian religions, through ritual at burial grounds, they are often treated as inconvenient, irrational, or in the way of development. Yet these practices are among the oldest forms of African spirituality in the Caribbean and the rest of the diaspora. Often practitioners and even the wider community regard the disturbance of sacred ground without permission of the ancestors and without attendant rituals as highly insensitive, but yet development plans go ahead without their full participation. This isn't superstition. It is actually part of our heritage work. It is theology. It is identity, and it deserves respect. And that respect is often not forthcoming. So let's be clear, the marginalization of African ancestral communion is not accidental. It is structural. Across the African diaspora, burial grounds and sacred sites have been plowed over, paved over, built on, desecrated, ignored, or even treated as archaeological curiosities rather than living spiritual landscapes. Matt mentioned the New York African Burial Ground, which in 1991 showed this quite clearly. Remains were not treated as human remains. They were archaeological remains, so they were kind of not treated with the kind of respect that remains of human beings ought to be treated with. They were excavated often without care and interpreted through racialized scientific frameworks. And as my colleagues and Matt and I and a number of colleagues in the United States wrote recently, and it's about to be published, about several of these examples, what we see is that mistreatment in life was continuing well beyond death. Communities have had to fight, often very hard, to stop excavation or construction, to demand respect, and to insist that African American scholars or Afro-Caribbean scholars, where they exist, and we know in the Caribbean region, we don't have a lot of representation among Afro-Caribbean people in archaeology, and allow them to lead the work. They use their own ethical frameworks to do this work, and which simply says that descendant communities are the primary decision makers when it comes to identifying these spaces and protecting them, not the state, not developers, and certainly not academics. But this should really be the standard everywhere, and we certainly have had many good case studies, especially evolving after 1991, that should have told us differently about how the work should have been conducted at sites like Newton, but also in St. Eustatius, and sites across the United States as well, and increasingly even across Africa, where we're seeing that where tourism has been identified as a kind of an economic part of economic development at these sites, that often those interests might be privileged over local community interests, and especially respect for these sites as sacred sites. Newton in Barbados is one of the most powerful African sacred spaces in the region. It is a burial ground where enslaved people created a spiritual landscape. Mounds, coral stone shafts with attendant ritual practices that we have evidence of, and despite all imaginable violence occurring on these landscapes. It is also a living site for Orisha, Spiritual Baptists, and many other religious communities today. Yet the burial spaces carved out of that landscape by our ancestors have not been seen as enough of a memorial. So another larger memorial has been planned. But in so doing, that process ended up alienating the very communities that should have been brought a part of the living traditions that define the site. When communities started to voice their concerns, they were seen as a developmental inconvenience. The only people who should get to determine how they feel about how sacred space is treated are the members of the faith groups, and the people who actually use the site or visit the site. But instead, a heritage district was announced with minimal consultation. Construction began without proper mapping of burials. Ritual protocols were ignored, and the sacred ground and possible sites of archaeological interests were destroyed. This is not a failure of heritage. It is actually considered a spiritual violation, and it reflects a deeper problem. African ancestral communion in its many forms is not recognized as a part of valued heritage in Barbados and certainly across the diaspora. Communities do not need permission to protect their ancestors. One of the most important lessons from Newton and the New York African Burial Ground, among others, is that communities don't need this permission. They don't need validation to protect their ancestors. They don't need a heritage consultant. They don't need a government ministry, a UNESCO designation, or an archaeological report. They don't need those things to tell them that the burial ground is sacred. They know this to be true. Sometimes they keep this information secret, just to avoid any future desecration. And at other sites in New York and across the eastern seaboard of the US, communities stop development projects because they understand the spiritual weight of the site. They organize, they protest, and they reclaim authority. These examples show that when communities lead, heritage becomes a site of healing. When states lead without community authority, heritage becomes a site of harm. At the heart of all of this is a simple but uncomfortable question: whose knowledge counts? When Korean families honor ancestors at Jeongmyo, it is called heritage. When Mexican families honor ancestors during Dia los Muertos, it is called culture. But when African descendant communities honor ancestors, it's called obstruction. Why? Because African spiritual knowledge has been systematically devalued since enslavement. Because colonial systems taught us that our ways of knowing are inferior. Because development models still assume that land is empty unless the state says it is ripe for development. But African descendant communities know where their ancestors are, or they want to know where their ancestors are. They know how to honor them. They know what rituals are required. They know what is sacred. And that knowledge must be centered, not consulted as an afterthought. So if we're serious about that relationship between reparatory justice and heritage, then we must stop treating African ancestral community as optional or secondary or just part of the aesthetic performance that might exist at a site. We have to recognize that African spiritual practices are legitimate parts of our heritage landscape. We have to legally protect sacred sites through buffer zones and community authority and their participation. We have to mandate early, meaningful consultation and not just performative outreach. We have to adopt ethical models for archaeology and the cultural work that comes after even building these sites out across the region. We have to empower descendant communities to lead, not just to follow. And we have to treat burial grounds as living spiritual landscapes, not archaeological resources that require further memorialization without consideration of how they had been used before. So these are some of my thoughts. And I want to kind of kick it back out to our participants here today. And I want us to remember that participation isn't a favor. It is a right as a part of development. It is a responsibility. It is reparatory justice in action. The ancestors are watching how we treat their resting places, and the world is watching about how we treat our own heritage. So I want to thank you, and hopefully we can have a really good discussion that emanates out of these contributions today. Thank you.
Oh, Kevin? Kevin, I'm sorry, it's still muted. I don't think that the Zoom audience can hear you.
Okay, it seems as though they've been put back on and they can hear. So at this time, I want to thank Matt and Tara especially for, as we say, bringing it home and really asking that rather difficult question, not only about whose knowledge counts, but the wider issue around the fact that we seek not to or wish not to value African spirituality. in the full contents of ourselves, and how that then impacts how we seek to manage, care for, and be aware of sacred sites within our landscapes. And I think there was an earlier panel that really hit on this when we look at the impact of Christianity. And Matt kind of brought it out in Pinder's excerpts. But there are even stronger excerpts from Bishop Coleridge, which would have been done by Alfred Taylor earlier up in the week, where there is a deliberate attempt to demonize, eradicate, erase African traditional practice, spiritual or otherwise. And I fear that that is what we're seeing on the ground with the erasure and or non-consultation with groups when it comes to sites. And I'm going to then add sacred sites. Because if you don't even know it's a sacred site, that speaks to part of our miseducation as well. So I want to throw that back out to you, but really trying to hate the term to bell the cat in this instance. And the fact, let me state, that we exist in a space where there is no robust legislation, archaeologically or otherwise, to protect protect our landscapes. There's something now to protect our marine scape, but nothing to protect our terrestrial. So I just want to throw that back out and hear your thoughts. I have a matter can go.
Well, yes, if you want me to just start with that point, I mean, legal protection is a really important part of this discussion. And without that legal protection, even the state can go forward with projects that and we see in many of these examples, in fact, these projects are led by the state, and quite interestingly are even led by actors in the community or politicians in the communities who want a particular project to go a particular way that doesn't necessarily fuse well with maybe what communities on the ground might want for those spaces. And then you have these questions about whether this is a national project, is it a tourism project, is it indeed something that the community wants or feels or needs to happen here above all other aspects of development that might happen in the cultural sector. So if you don't have that mapped out in some kind of legal or policy framework about what your priorities are, you don't have measures to ensure that the people who can make these decisions or help make these decisions have the skills and are representative of the communities that where these decisions are being taken, then you don't really have a very healthy landscape in which to make some of these decisions and even continue sustainably how these projects are going to unfold. And it might be that you end up having people come in or non-state actors who take advantage of those spaces just because of the vacuum in which the policy doesn't exist. But I do want to kind of bring it back to the point. We don't actually need permission to organize. We don't need permission to voice our opinions. We don't need permission to basically say that what is happening at any given point is wrong and it maybe needs to stop or pause and think about what it is that is happening so that the right path can be taken. And often people feel like they're acting in the best interest, not only of living communities, but part of that living spectrum, also their ancestors as well. And they shouldn't feel demonized and feel like they're marginalized because they have those beliefs and are bringing that as part of the public discussion. So I just want to make space and make sure we have a landscape, a heritage landscape that makes space for all of those opinions and concerns, because it's not my job as a heritage professional or Matt's job as an archaeologist to just represent those issues alone. We also have our own ways of dealing with state actors as well. But communities are really the most important voice. And I'll just leave it there. But thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. I was going to ask Matt if you wanted to jump in there, because then I wanted to go to something else that you mentioned, and it more dealt on the technical side before we come back to community and spirituality. Matt, if you have anything to say.
I would just quickly add, I think Tara just hit the nail on the head in so many ways. My apologies. It looks like my internet isn't the best at the moment, so I'm sorry if I cut out a little bit. But I think there's an important point to be made that legislation is, of course, important, and the lack of it is a problem. But it's also not the panacea that we hope it to be. Like there's problems, and I think Tara pointed to that as well. So, for instance, here in the United States, we have the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act, which was passed in 1990 to protect indigenous spaces, material culture, and burial grounds. But no such act exists for African descendant peoples. And I think that's a massive gap. But not only that, there are problems with NAGPRA. So when it comes to different tribes vying for a particular claim to a space or material culture, how do we deal with that legislatively in an ethical way? And I think that gets back to Tara's point, where it's community. And what we mean by that term isn't necessarily an identifiable thing, but it has to be organically formed through consultation, through practice. And as Tara mentioned, you don't need permission for this. It has to happen organically at a space where people are coming together to respect a particular space. And that's the way in which community is formed. And so rather than a top-down model of legislation, it has to be some kind of legislative act that's built on community input from the very beginning. So I think that's, Tara just really drove that point home. And I think, from the archaeological standpoint, I think that's what's really significant for what we do as practitioners as well.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Not asking for permission, but I'm going to keep on the kind of a technical side, because you mentioned archaeologists and Tara also. Here's one of the greatest issues in the Caribbean, but Barbados especially. All of this development is happening. There's no robust legislation. There are 2 archaeologists on island. There are attempts to try to grow that out, because it is for Caribbean people to have the technical capacity to investigate ourselves. But that is seemingly being, in a way, curtailed. And I sometimes wonder, in this instance, I'm going to have to call it university, about where are you with that archaeological program? Jamaica has had archaeology on the books now for about 30 or 40 years. It has the largest cadre of trained archaeologists in the English-speaking Caribbean, but assisted by the fact that there is national legislation that allows for the management and practice of that discipline in the development process in that particular island. There are 1 or 2 other countries, Trinidad and Bahamas, where again they do teach it within their state university. In Barbados, we seem to be at a slight crossroads. We were, and then we weren't, and then we are, and now I don't know where we are again. And that's problematic. Because how are we expecting people to not want to seek permission, but yet still be able to give voice to, yes, what they know in heart, or what they know ancestrally by memory and by spirituality. But then when it comes to the actual technical practice, there's a dearth, and it seems almost to be structural. It seems as though we're still engaging in a form of erasure that happened to these sacred spaces after emancipation, where enslaved burial grounds and enslaved villages were purposefully made into sugar lands again. They were plowed up, cane was planted, some residual memory exists within community, and to save space, people don't always talk about it, but they know. It seems as though we're going back in that direction, and I, for one, as a practitioner, find that problematic. I don't know what we can do there, how we can, again, not seek permission, but go about ensuring that this type of agency and protection and development occurs for us. And I know I'm kind of speaking to the choir when I say that, but I want your comments on that, and then I want us to come back to community, because it's the agency of community that is extremely relevant to this. Yeah, so let me hear your comments and then go to agency of community.
Well, thanks. I mean, I do work in the Department of History, Philosophy, and Psychology at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, and have been part of discussions for the last 2 years about resurrecting our archaeology program, which we were able to do quite successfully over the last 2 years. I don't think it's any secret that I actually installed an archaeologist in my position while I'm on sabbatical, with the hopes that we could plant that seed or continue to water that fertile ground. And I'm very pleased to say that students across the university, not just in history, but students across the university, want to see that program flourish, and have been participating in relatively high numbers, even though it's not a major. So it's not a major that you can pursue at the University of the West Indies, but we do have some courses that can be done in undergraduate archaeology. And I was very pleased to see that, we saw our numbers growing healthily. It's really important for me, working in the heritage sector, to know that I'm replaceable, and to know that, in fact, I will be replaceable by many numbers of passionate young people who will find sources of work and income in this field of study, and that their history and culture is going to be represented by them. That's a really important point across the region, and we really don't have that. I know that it is a concern of IACA, which is the International Association for Caribbean Archaeology. I know that they are fully aware that.
Please take your time.
Yeah, I know
And
that
open
they're.
the bag and take your bag.
Oh, sorry. I think we're getting a
Open
little.
the bag and take your bag. Open the bag.
Somebody's microphone
Yeah,
is open.
Or
Right, thank you. Thank you for that. Right, so I do think that there is a consciousness that in our community, a very small community of heritage professionals across the region and working outside the region, are fully aware of the limitations in the region for this work. And I do want to say that, I do know that this is quite purposeful, because we have very small land masses that are dedicated towards tourism development largely, and as part of that, residential development and agricultural development. And often when people see archaeology as a barrier to development, well, it becomes very convenient to leave archaeology and archaeologists out of the picture. But I don't see how we can be pursuing a path of reparatory justice, even politically in the region, without this full acknowledgement that we, in fact, have to come back to what Matt just argued. Our spaces have to be carved out in our land. We were given a landless emancipation. We have to be able to confront that. And archaeologists, as many other fields, can help us do that. And I think communities do want to have their say in how their land and their patrimony is treated. You only have to look at beach access issues across the region today to know that people do not want to feel alienated in their landscape because of tourism development. They feel that their lives were born on the shores and in the waters that are across our literal landscapes across the region. So these are really important spaces. And it's not to say that we have to stop development, but it's just taking the time to appreciate that, in fact, we have to know more about a history that is completely lost to us. We only have the fragments, and archaeology can help us pull together some of those fragments, but it will never tell us the whole story. And we have to have the opportunity to do that. So I think that's a really important first step. I'll leave it there, but Matt probably has some more reflections on that.
Just very briefly, I think the only thing I would add was, the pipeline that Kevin is speaking to. I do want to commend Tara and the efforts that have been happening at Cave Hill, because resurrecting that archaeology program has been no small task, and it is important, monumentally important, but it takes a long time. And I think one of the challenges then is, a passion will drive a student to want to pursue some kind of heritage practice. An ancestral connection will drive a student. But is there going to be a place for them in terms of a viable career? And I think that's one of the challenges when there's nothing at the top level that will allow for the granting of space for these kinds of communal worship and communal belonging and possession. And to the example I would point to, Kevin mentioned that the Mona campus of UWI has the longest standing tradition of archaeological training. But it was also the place in, I think it was 2012 or 2013, that they unearthed a burial ground at the Mona plantation, an 18th century burial ground for enslaved people right on their campus. And this was to be the life sciences building for Mona's new campus. And that building's there. It was built. It's right in the space of that burial ground. Archaeologists were called in at the last minute to try to bring out the bodies that they could, and were able to respect them as best possible under the circumstances. They later had a reinterment ceremony, but the burial ground was destroyed for one of UWI's own buildings. And I think this is the kind of, the politics of preaching a kind of respect for the space, but then looking at the result of what happens after, when there is no space for a pipeline of students to have a job where they can do the work that they'd like to do. And this comes back to that tension between community and the more state level apparatus.
Okay, so getting back to community, we've spoken about people not needing permission. Methodologies. Within the the new town planning legislation of Barbados, there's actual provision for communities to respond to, object to developmental projects, but so few people know that it exists. And what is implemented at town hall meetings does not directly speak to that procedural clause within those acts. So we now, for me, seem to have to engage in some really robust education in keeping with not seeking permission. And I recognize, if I think back over the last 2 or 3 years, with varying successes, the agitation, whether on our social media apps or by calling programs, have seen some things stalled and changed and others not. But we need to get back to that methodology of, yes, not seeking permission, but how do we ensure that our population is educated to actually make these particular calls. And at this point, I'm going to ask you to answer that, but also see if there are any questions within the audience or online for you.
Before you, am I going now? Yeah, before you, well, thank you, Tara, thank you, Matt, for agreeing to make this contribution this morning. I think it's an important conversation for us to have. And also, Barbados in many ways serves as an exemplar for some of the complex issues that surround these topics. As you know, Newton was controversial for the last couple of years, and so I was asked to mediate between the communities and the state and so on. But since then, I'm going to read something to you that demonstrates how complex the issue could be, how having communities' voice does not necessarily mean that the interested communities will get what they want because they're opposing forces, and how the entire process could be subverted by other spiritual people who have claims to spirituality and so on, who have other political ambitions. So you might have missed this, Tara. This is from Solutions Barbados. For those who don't know, Solutions Barbados is a political party in Barbados. Well, I mean, what defines a political party? If 2 or 3 can make a party, then it's a party, all right? So it's a political party headed by Granville Phillips, who is his real expertise is as a civil engineer. I think he's an engineer, and this is a Facebook post that he made. He has this, and I suspect that he sends it to the press as well. He has this series of conversations he calls difficult conversations. And this particular one is called Draining the Cup of Madness. I'll just read a couple of the paragraphs and you'll get the essence of what, because it's a fairly long article, you get the essence of what he was saying and the complexity of the issue that we're dealing with. So this is how he starts. It started with a small group pouring libations to the ancestors. They did that for years in small communities. Then they gained influence and were invited to official government functions where they demonstrated the practice. We normally put our dead in coffins and remember them with headstones. We understood that the dead cannot hear us. They have their own issues as they wait to be judged for how they've spent or squandered their lives. When we die, we will also be unable to help the living. So we help them while we're yet alive. Those who wish to pour libations should be allowed to do so without discrimination. Those who wish to question the usefulness of this practice to both the living and the dead should be similarly allowed to do so in Barbados. However, we crossed a line when we took public money and built monuments to our ancestors with no discussion. Once crossed, we seem to be on a slippery slope that we seem incapable of getting off to satisfy those with influence. Okay, so he goes on to speak about the government's spending and so on and so forth, and essentially has tried to tie the Newton monument to the African spirituality, pouring of libations and so on, and to as far as calling it the ancestral monument. So of course, I don't usually. I mean, a while ago I had convinced myself not to jump into Facebook arguments anymore because that's mostly for old, grumpy old people who disagree with one another. But this one I couldn't allow to pass because clearly he was conflating many things and confusing many things. First of all, he tried to tie African spirituality to fiscal and political wastage. He gave his own slanted opinions about metaphysical issues about the dead and so on and so forth. And then he tried to say that the people that the government consulted were those people who were pouring libations and so on, and they were the ones behind this spending. So he's trying to do many things at the same time. He's trying to write his... Oh, I forgot to say that he's a Christian fundamentalist as well. So he's trying to ride that horse, and he's trying at the same time to tie African spirituality to undue influence and the rise of this. Elsewhere he had written about how Haiti is in that condition because of his spirituality. And he is then trying to tie that to the fact that the influence to build the monument was from African spiritual practitioners and so on. So I had to remind him that that it was the African spiritual practitioners who said that they were not consulted, who had issues with the monument and so on. I think he was asleep when all that was going on. I just wanted to raise that to show, not for any particular comment on him, but to show how complex the issue could be, because the Christian community will say, well, we're a community as well, and we're a spiritual community as well, and we don't want anything of this ancestral sacred sites and so on and so forth. And those are the forces that we have to contend with. By the way, you can look for his, the comments are very interesting after. So you can look for Solutions Barbados, Grenville Phillips, Facebook, if you have time to waste.
Thanks for that, Derek. I don't know if I meant to comment, but wouldn't have a major comment to make other than to say that I started saying that this is not only deeply personal and spiritual, but in fact it is political, and it will become even more political as it enters state discourse and even multiple state discourse, you know. So if you're inviting people from across the globe to take part and to view and participate in viewing this monument and visiting this monument, you're now going to have to treat to what has transpired, and questions may arise. And we can segment those questions. We can talk about political agency. We can talk about who is ultimately responsible for this decision making. We can talk about fiscal pressure on culture as a sector. There are many things, as you mentioned, complexities in this argument. And that's why the work that you do at the very beginning is so important, because I don't think our ancestors even want us fighting this fight. They want, at the end of the day, I think, and this is my personal humble opinion. I might be corrected by many, many more people who have way more knowledge about this than I do, but this is supposed to be a moment of healing and of peace building. And if it's not done in such a way that you're actually creating a space for that healing to happen, and you're actually creating more conflict, then that space is always going to be in tension, and it's never going to do what you want it to do. And I think really and truly the state wanted it to function in a different way. But if you hadn't attended to those issues early, it's never going to be that way. So this is where the forces that you're talking about are colliding with the forces that we also know about as well. And in the minds of Barbadians, and we know Barbadians to be very complex people, is that is it going to be what they want it to be? And if you didn't have those answers very early in that process, it may not be. And that's going to be a problem for the state. And I don't know yet. Hopefully, you know, things work out. They do the work that they need to do. We've certainly given them a long time to sort that out. I don't know if more progress has been made. But certainly, you know, our kind of roadmap was given. But even if that's not taken, it started in conflict. The political conflict will be there. The supernatural or beyond conflict will also be there. Matt, I don't know if you have anything to add there.
Sure. I think I would say to start, it would be a mistake to suggest that Christian burial practices and what the author is seemingly derogatorily referring to as African spirituality are mutually exclusive. I think in the context of plantation spaces and former plantation colonies, these were all sites of struggle for ancestral belonging. And whether that's in a plantation ground like on Newton or in St. John's Parish Church, we're talking about a similar kind of veneration for ancestors. And so to separate them as being mutually exclusive is a problem. But the issue therein lies around the island of Barbados and elsewhere in the Caribbean. Some of the biggest pieces of monumental architecture are these parish churches. And so for a place of veneration, those are clearly demarcated on a landscape. Those spaces that are not are spaces like Newton. And so for the community that has continued to pour libations at Newton, it may not be the case that the people pouring libations are the actual descendants of those who are interred there, but we don't know about the location of these other burial grounds. And, Kevin and Tara, you're both fully aware of this, looking at plantation maps, every plantation in Barbados had a burial ground. Where are they today? It's a mystery because most of its history, as Tara mentioned, has been completely demolished, eroded, erased purposely or through neglect. And in this case, we see a space that we do know concretely as being a sacred space of ancestor veneration, which is why community has gathered around this space. So I don't think it's one or the other. It has to be either Christian or whatever the author is referring to as, African spirituality. But these are all part of a similar struggle for ancestor veneration in sacred spaces.
And just to add to that, one of the things that I've been very fortunate in my kind of discussions with colleagues is the fact that this was not an isolated situation. In fact, this is the same kind of thing that keeps happening, even though we have, as I said, we have really good case studies, really good work, legislation in other jurisdictions that can tell us about how to do this work. And yet where the same mistakes are continuously being made. And I think that is the moment when we across the diaspora need to start asking and demanding more of this process. And really, taking a lot of that power out of the hands of just politicians, the discourse and the media kind of frenzy that happens out of the discourse of just politicians. It has to be something that we reckon with across our various jurisdictions in the diaspora and increasingly on the continent. So again, some of my research has also seen that, where tourism development is happening at sites of memory, where the same kinds of concerns are being raised by local people as well. They don't feel that they are part of the history that's being shared. They don't feel like they're part of the economic benefit that is supposed to be derived there. And yet, I know, especially with the Liberian return, that happened in the last few years, it was the heritage spaces, regardless of what they were. So whether it was a church, whether it was Newton, whether it was, where the wharf in Bridgetown, it was these spaces that people felt personal connection to. Right? This is not for the state to tell people how they should feel connected. It was people who felt connected to these spaces because they were demarcated in some way. They're the ones to bring life to these spaces, not the other way around. It's not the state that has to define and impose what makes up a space of connection. People already have made those connections. So it's about valuing that and valuing that process and realizing that heritage is, in fact, deeply political. It is about elite forces, sometimes basically capturing space and making sure that they can seek maximum benefit from that, wherever it is. So whether it's saying that it doesn't exist at all and paving over it, or actually seeking to venerate in some way and building a memorial or building a particular type of memorial to a particular type of deity, it silences other communities and actors that people don't necessarily feel fully a part of what is being kind of portrayed in their culture or their heritage for them. So I'll just leave that there as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tara. I'll bring two interesting examples. One might be seen as state appropriation, and it's completely political because at independence in 1966, as part of the parade of military, paramilitary, and civilian groups were spiritual Baptists and the Landship at independence, which is, when you think about it, is revolutionary on the one hand, but was it? And that is a continuation of tension. The other example of where we did not seek permission is government commissioned an emancipation statue in the 1980s called Slave and Revolt. It was unveiled as the Emancipation Statue and Slave and Revolt. Barbadians rejected the government name and simply called it Bassa. To the point that today, when you look at official government correspondence, it is referred to as Bassa. Barbadians did not seek permission. They saw it for what it was and named it for what they not only knew it was, but believed it was. And that is a powerful, powerful example of not seeking permission. And I think we must understand, as you said, we sometimes wonder if we do have that power. And the fact is, we do have that power. It is about the assertion of it. But I find that to be quite interesting. Of course, I would also say it came on the back of 2 years of interest in emancipation lectures in the steel shed by the then Department of History at UWI, because it was about education. And it was about people almost coming full circle from Yorba Yard right through in embracing who they were and embracing who we are and asserting that by, I can't even call it renaming, by naming, because there's no renaming, by naming the statue Bassa, and the fact that is what we still call it today. Right, so I know John wanted to make comment, and then we'll close off with Rex, because it's now 11:13.
It is?
It is.
My gosh. Okay, good morning, everybody.
Is your mic on?
Is it on? Yep. I just want to offer a contribution. I was one of the concerned faith-based leaders who would have led the intervention at that particular point in time. I was also at that point in time, but no longer a member of the committee that was charged with the management or the custodianship of the ancestral burial ground at Newton. But what comes to me in this moment is a few things I want to share. One, I think the issue is about respect for the land. Not only respect for it, but the care for the land. We often have a history that speaks to this land as being occupied in 1627. But I think that there's an entire epoch of history that refers to the indigenous people that lived here. We don't often talk about that. We don't often talk about the fact that we were the first slave society. We begin to talk about, we don't talk about what it means. And if I were to quote my father, the late Keith Hunt, he would say that for the enslaved, Barbados is a tomb for the enslaved, right? So there really is nowhere where sweat was not using, where blood was not shed, where bodies were not left. And I think that if we take that, if we take on that consideration for the space, I think we will have a very different relationship to how we use the space. And maybe the state can take us a lesson from those of us who offer that respect for the land, not only in terms of making decisions about where to build and what to build, because we see several buildings going up, right? What I may call pejoratively sandcastles on what I would consider ancestral spaces, not only for the indigenous people, but also for the enslaved. But we also see things happening in the name of development and progress without consulting with the very people for whose these properties have significance. And so what I'm left with is a huge intervention, sometimes a lot of noise, sometimes the feeling of being targeted, right? As a result of that, if you think of opportunities that might be missed because you were a part of a movement that seemed to be an obstruction. And then I'm left with what happens next. So up until now, we still see the memorial space being developed, but not completed. We learn about a heritage project. So we see a performing arts center, not completed, an archival center, not completed. We hear plans that we don't hear much about because when we ask questions as part of those committees or consultations, we don't get much responses. And then we wonder as spiritual faith practitioners, when we were offering our concerns vehemently and passionately, if the ancestors themselves, right, are waiting for people to make those invocations for these things to move forward. I don't think that the ancestors themselves have a wish to not include people in the space. In fact, when some of us are part of pilgrimages that take students and other people to those spaces, the space of itself is a strong place of contemplation, is a strong sanctuary. People receive information, people receive healing, emotions flow, you know? So the space itself continues to be sacred. What seems to be the issue is how we treat these other things in relation to that. And I think the issue is about respect. And I think that this is an opportunity for the state to step in line with this concept of respect. Not only to respect from us who are closer to the community and closer to the practices, whether you want to claim Eurocentric or Afrocentric practices, but also to the people, right, and what it represents for us. And I think until we do that, we're going to continue to have these tensions and these interruptions. You know, we had the interruption of the space at Paradise. We have the interruption of the spaces at Newton. And I keep wondering what happens to these spaces that keep coming up without proper respect. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Thank you, Derek.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely, I'm going to get there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Kevin, Tara, and Matt. My name is Lavon Briggs, aka Ifafumike. I'm a Beijing Guyanese New Yorker with Barbadian citizenship, and I recently relocated to the island full-time. And it is my experience that there is a lot of inoculation that has happened on the island when it comes to natives and locals. And having been raised in a very pro-Black family, whenever I encounter anti-Blackness, it's startling, physically, emotionally, psychically, and spiritually. And so I've noticed that you can't divorce colonization from religion. And in the United States, Black Americans are leaving the church at astronomical rates, right? In a former life, I was an Ivy League trained body and sex positive womanist pastor. Today, I practice Ifa, and I use art to help heal our communities. So I want to lift up the Barbadian diaspora in this conversation because there is a mindset shift that we don't have to have. The growing edge is very, very wide and broad for the 122,000 Barbadians that live in the US, the UK, and Canada. And so I have a large social media platform. I am not afraid to be aggressive and loud and use my voice, right? And I'm not the only one. And so my question is, in your particular fields, what do you think would be the best practice for engaging the Barbadian diaspora as it pertains to seeing shifts in how we engage the land and therefore how we engage the economics around the land? So I'll close this part by saying that one of my colleagues says that a budget is a moral document. Right? When you look at where the money is going, you can tell where the people's priorities are. And so instead of foreign investors, what does Barbadian diasporic investment look like? And so if you could speak to that, that would be great, because I'm on a mission to bring the Barbadian diaspora back home, especially since February 17, 1627 will be 400 years since the first slave ship entered here. Thank you.
Tara, Matt? You want to speak to that question?
Thank you for that intervention. I want to kind of just mention that I'm also a member of the diaspora. I wasn't born in Barbados. I'm a my father is Barbadian. I have whole Barbadian citizenship through descent. So I know what it means when I say that people want to connect to spaces. I studied Newton, for example, as almost an abstract concept during my PhD work. I hadn't even visited the site, and it was in visiting the site that I really felt this really strong connection after reading everything that happened there, but physically a very strong connection to the space. And it comes back to, I think, I want to kind of come back to what John was saying before. And I think people in the diaspora, whether you're first, second, even third generation removed from that experience of being on the island and being born in the island and moving through the island, people want connection to land, and they want connection to the space and the memory that that land holds. So whether you're Barbadian or in the diaspora, I think the most important kernel of that is wanting to make sure that the land that they see today, and maybe even in the future, reflects best on what that legacy must be from our ancestors. I mean, I feel that very strongly. I think when our ancestors look at what we have today, and they want to see us use that space in a particular way, they want to make sure that at the end of the day, it's not just something that we feel dispossessed of. It is something that we actually feel a part of, and that it continues to be there. And I'm not saying Barbados just for Barbadians. I'm actually saying, what I'm saying is that the Barbados that must exist today in 2026 or 100 years from now is that promise, that unfulfilled promise of a landless emancipation, what that means to define, and as John says, respect that landscape in terms of how it feeds us, how it educates us, how we live on it. And really that's a kind of a circle of respect that needs to happen. So I think the diaspora's voice has to be very strong in terms of determining what that means, and not necessarily just focusing on a particular style of leadership or voice that's emanating from Barbados on the world stage, but actually kind of is part of that legacy.
Sorry, hold a sec, Tara. If you could repeat that
Yeah,
last
sorry, that what we're focused on is not necessarily just one voice or one vision for Barbados, but a vision for Barbados that's actually held deeply across many different sectors in Barbadian society and the Barbadian diaspora. I think people really want to feel connection to that space and have a say in what Barbados looks like and feels like and how it is respected. The landscape is respected. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I do feel that strongly. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Tara. I'm told that we do have one question online. We're going to go, unless Matt has something to say, we're going to go to that question. Then Marcia, come to you. But we're almost at time. Oh, we're slightly out of time, so we're kind of rushing. I apologize for that, because the conversation has been a good conversation, and it's really the beginning of, not the end of. So Matt, if there isn't anything from you, we'll go to the
For the
online
sake
question.
of time, please, yeah, that'd be fine to the question.
All right, thanks, Matt. Online question, please. Hi, can you state your name and then give your question?
I hope you're referring to me. My name is Sarah Toby Mota. I'm based in South Africa. It's an observation from yesterday, being a speaker and being a scholar over 35 years on ancestral history and spirituality. There's so much commonalities around our ancestral practices, though diverse as they may be. And one of those commonalities around land and access. For example, where I am, I mentioned yesterday that we still own 16% of the land, and our sacred sites, our ancestral sacred sites are located in those 70% of the land that is still owned by the minority. This is a political issue, and we cannot access 2 years ago, we were arrested as a pilgrimage that was to ancestrally, going to hold a ceremony to welcome the sun in September, our new year. We were arrested because we had entered a site. The site is 70 million years old. It has been proven through UNESCO recently that is the oldest site on earth geologically and also spiritually and ancestrally. It has the highest magnetic field. Our ancestors use it from all over the world for accessing certain powers there. We are not allowed to access those sites, and some of those sites are desecrated. As I speak, this site I spoke about yesterday, it's about to be delisted. By who? By those who really opened our eyes, and they were filing these reports to UNESCO so that it can be declared. Now, because of what we are beginning to discover ourselves there, let alone the fact that we're not in the majority as Black, not able to practice as archaeologists. Archaeologists and anthropologists are still a field of the minority. And even those studies that were being done by universities, those universities who were previously for a minority, and that's where you'll find the knowledge being held. So I called for a global conference. Some of you know what I called for. Here in South Africa, there is an act, an old draconian act, 1957, is called Witchcraft Suppression Act, which is why Matthew's presentation for first two slides talked about certain sites, burial sites that were for the so-called evil cultural practices by our ancestors, and which so-called witchcraft being one of them. That law in South Africa still is in place, juxtaposing the constitution, which allows freedom of association and religion. But basically, if you do any spiritual ancestral work using the energies of the voodoo, of the Benin powers of our ancestors, you can be arrested. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Again, noting how colonial legislation still dominates our post-independent states and how it's being used to marginalize knowledge, practice, and science there. Marcia, do you have a question? Because it's...
If you would prefer that I make my delivery later, I can do that. I can't have a time constraint of 2 seconds.
Well, no, we do have a time constraint because we're now 15 minutes over.
So I can wait.
Oh, okay. So I'll let next session, the next moderator will come deal with that. I want to thank Matt and Tara, John, and others for their contribution. Derek, this has been a very good session. It's one that we must continue to build on because it is necessary if we are to truly craft a space, we keep using it, where we are firm craftsmen of our fate and guardians of what is ours, and that keeps being missed somehow. But I also am mildly optimistic in my old age. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to developing this beyond this conference. And for the wider question about how the diaspora gets involved, it's around recognizing that we live in a space that was crafted through capitalism. And if we are going to safeguard and locate our heritage, we're going to have to use some of that to do so. And in allowing us to tell our stories and be given that space in which to tell it as well. So I want to end there. I want to thank everyone for coming to this morning's session. And we're going to have a 5-minute break right now, and we're going to come back to the session after this. But thank you so very much. And wherever you need to go, blessings and be safe. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye.
One of the newspapers carried a story of an incident in Barody where 40 persons, I think, were arrested for practicing safer religion. McIntosh went down to Barody, spoke to them and said, do you believe in your religion? They said, yes. Are you willing to even
Sometime later, Mother Gloria get to hearing about McIntosh, how he was fighting for the ornament for the people. Mother Gloria sent message to say he must come see her. She tell McIntosh to keep his service up in the mountains, and he promised that soon the Shakers will worship free. Mother Gloria tell him keep fighting. She will continue to ring the bell and shout hallelujah.
in 1940?
I hear a story from long ago about the Shakers, the people who have paved the way for spiritual Baptists to worship free. The stories start like this.
I visited Kittles about 10:20 p.m. I saw the people jumping, they shout and clap their hands and sing all sort of songs. They are songs without meaning. He had a Bible in his hand. I arrested him and the others and charged them with shaking, which was against the law.
Own yard. You know, in the place compound. on a lot of the other estates. But as some of the people who were enslaved became free and moved away from the estate, then people became aware of the presence.
All right, welcome back. We apologize for the delay. We have a technical delay that we were working on. But we're back, and we are going to continue the symposium on this session really brings to a head the entire purpose of the symposium. It brings to a head why it is part of a series called the Global Freedom Festival, and why African spirituality is part of that, because it has to do with freedom. And this session is on freedom to practice the state of affairs. And the exemplar for that, we couldn't think of a better, apart from Rastafari, a better tradition to exemplify the issue of freedom to practice than the spiritual Baptists. And today we'll look at spiritual Baptists in Barbados, Trinidad, and St. Vincent around the region, and the issue of being able to practice both legally and the prohibitions in terms of social discrimination and pressures and so on. Before we start, and before we hand over to the chair, I'll have the patron of the symposium, Vernon Rex Archibald Taylor Jr., and he's a spiritual patron for the series, and he is going to say a few words to us before we launch into the issue of freedom to practice. So I'll hand over to Rex Archibald Jr.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We can hear you.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we're hearing you.
Okay, first of all, I would like to bless all of us who get to God by our own means. I was, may Olodumare and Orishas and ancestors, Egungun, bless all of us that are here today, because we're doing something that's extremely important. Derek, I would like to congratulate you for having this event. And I hope that we can have it every 6 months. And the next one that you have, I'll be there in person. But I listened to 2 days of people giving opinions and how they feel. And that's great, because they spoke about their individual learning and awakening and development. But just a little while ago, I listened to a sister talking about anthropology and archaeology and cemeteries and religious places where people are buried, and why we can have problems doing what we need to do, our libations, our prayers, the way we worship. And she was right 110%. Right now, as soon as I finish talking to you, Derek, and to your committee, I'm going to the cemetery where the Barbadians that helped build the canal are buried, which the Caribbean people here, all of the Caribbean people here, built a stone monument for those people inside the cemetery. And in 10 days, there are people coming here from Barbados, and that's one of the places I'm taking them to, so they can salute their ancestors and they can see what we have built inside the cemetery for our Barbadians, Jamaican, and Caribbean ancestors that passed away building the Canal of Panama, which is to be one of the wonders of the world. But we all make certain mistakes We go at things individually. This group goes first, and another group goes another time, and another group goes another time. And listening to her speak, the only thing that we did here that's different is that I called on 3 or 4 different groups of associations of black people, and they got together and got this done inside the cemetery. So maybe listening to brothers speak and from Trinidad, maybe what needs to be done in Barbados or in any Caribbean island, Jamaica, Trinidad, any island, is for all of the different groups of people that say they have different religions that believe in God to get together and make one front about how we want to worship our ancestors. If you do it together, you may have more power dealing with any government, not just in Barbados, but any government. If they see that the Catholics and the Muslims and the Yorubas and the Congos and the people from different places and different religions, Shango Baptists, are united as far as what they want to do with libations or how to honor their ancestors. And the places should be sacred. There should be some type of monument built, not a statue of any individual person. We have to get away from individualities. We have to get together with we, together, who we are. All of us, not just some of us, but all of us are asking for the ability to worship our ancestors the way we want to, not the way other people want to. So I heard a lot of conversation yesterday. I heard a conversation about a lady talking about initiating children in things that they don't know about, and then they leave it and go back to Christianity. Of course, if we don't pay attention to them and give them some type of instruction before we do what we do, then it's going to fail. So I agree with her. Although I would like to see everybody become into an African culture because that's what we did before we came over. But sometimes you can't have that with everybody right away. So we take what we get from all of the people that we have around us and take the best we can get from all of them. And let's form some type of union so we can do something together. So we have power to do it together. It doesn't have to be about Yoruba or Christianity or Islam or anything like that. It has to be about us. All of us together under one flag. We can go back home and do what we want to do individually. That's not a problem. But we have to stand together as one unit when we ask for things so we can have the power of the vote or whatever you want to call it. I am so very proud of being able to speak for this short space of time. And I commend that sister and what she was talking about as far as burial grounds and places were sacred and how we go about making it sacred. And Derek, thank you for having me. I hope that in the next one I'll be there just to participate and listen. I don't have to talk all the time. I like to listen. Once you listen to other people's views, and maybe we come out with something good for all of us. Dr. Murray and all of the people that are present there, all of your staff that have made this possible, I thank you. Right now, I'm on my way to the cemetery because we have to do some cleaning so that our little monument to the Caribbean people who passed away here is properly represented when these Barbadians come to Panama in around 10 days. Although no matter, bless you, Bible, trust you, take care of you, and you'll always be at your back, and everybody there. Thank you very much.
Give thanks, Baba Modupwe. Ache, thank you for that vote of confidence, for those blessings, and for that call to unity. I give thanks. At this stage, we are going to go full steam into the issue of freedom to practice. And I'm going to hand over to Bishop Roger Bryan, who will take us down the road on this particular topic.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to today's panel discussion on African spirituality and the freedom to practice the state of affairs. So we gather to examine an important aspect of our shared human heritage, the history, resilience, and the continuing development of African-derived spiritual traditions throughout the Caribbean. This discussion invites us to reflect on both the painful legacy to colonial oppression and the remarkable endurance of African spirituality. More importantly, it challenged us to consider what genuine religious freedom truly means in the 21st century, not merely as constitutional guarantee, but as a lived experience characterized by dignity, equality, respect, and inclusion. And we are privileged today to have two esteemed presenters whose scholarship, professionalism, experience, personal commitment have contributed significantly to preserving and documenting these traditions. Our discussion will explore the history, law, education, culture, identity, and the responsibility that government, educators, religious institutions, and civil society share in protecting freedom of religion for every individual. I encourage everyone to listen openly, engage thoughtfully, and reflect deeply on the issues that will be raised. The panelists today, we have Katrina Smith, and she is a pioneer, a community advocate, an expert focused on ancestral memory, African cosmic worldview, and the mental and communal liberation derived from indigenous spirituality. Christina is a former journalist, writer, documentary researcher, screenwriter, and film director. After relocating from Barbados to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, she was inspired by the richness of the nation's untold stories, leading her into documentary filmmaking. And through her work, she has dedicated herself to preserving Caribbean history, culture, and identifying an identity by documenting narratives that might otherwise remain unheard. Please welcome, join me in warmly welcoming Christina this afternoon. Our second presenter is Reverend Dr. Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa, affectionately known within the spiritual Baptist community as Teacher Hazel. Reverend Dr. Gibbs de Pisa is a respected spiritual Baptist minister educator, scholar, and principal of the Herman Paris Spiritual Baptist Southland School of Theology, a former assistant professor at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, and through decades of ministry, scholarship, and advocacy, she has become one of the Caribbean leading voices on spiritual Baptist theology, religious freedom, and African spirituality. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Dr. Hazel Angus de Pisa. So I'm going to launch off today with Christina and allow her to share with us for about 20 minutes or so, and then we will then go on to Dr. de Pisa, and then we'll have few questions, and then we will have questions. But thank you.
Yes, in his description of my, very much a student of the creative arts. I believe that you could practice the creative arts for 15, 20 years and still be a student in it. So right now I'm here to learn. The last 2 days, and we're now into day 3, have been a feast. I leave here a bit weary in body, but very much renewed in spirit and in mind. All right, so we're not going to talk too much. I actually want us to focus on the documentary for today. So just to reiterate what the bishop said, Christina Katrina Smith is the name. I was a journalist for 11 years up until last year. I was always aware, but did not want to admit to myself, journalism functions in the currency of fear and uncertainty. And I realized that the stories that I wanted to tell that could potentially raise the consciousness of my community were not prioritized by the editorial team. So I had to make a very difficult decision to let go of my livelihood and let go of the only profession that I've known since I've left school and stopped studying, and decide to do something that the path forward is not always clear, but I still determined to press ahead. And also, I don't see him in the room, but a special thanks to Dr. Murray. He learned of the project probably like 2 days before the start of the symposium, but he quickly got me on the phone. We ironed out a few details, and I am here. I'm very grateful because I've been looking for avenues to give this work to my Barbadian brothers and sisters. It has been screened multiple times in St. Vincent, screened in Canada, and as well as Guyana at a film festival that they had there, but I only had one opportunity to screen, and that was at Carifesta last year. And I don't want the work to just sit and catch dust. So any opportunity where I get to present, I come running. So the title of the documentary, let me just put this up here. Just 1 second, please. Thank you. The title of the documentary, Ring the Bell, Shout Hallelujah. It's a film that chronicles the persecution of the Shakers in St. Vincent and the Grenadines from the time the Shakerism Prohibition Ordinance was put in place, and the film culminates when the Act of Parliament, they wrote it into legislation that May the 21st would be their official day of recognition. And I think that, of course, that's a very important development considering the history of the faith and the persecution that while I was working, we have this church where we gather to sing hymns and ring the bell. Forgotten, the beaten, and the lame, and we touch Black people's soul. And the reason why I can recite it off the top of my head by not looking back at the text is the number of times that I have consumed the material. Like I said, I hold the book very close to my heart. And I find it very interesting that in my undergrad studies, we did a lot of work by Lovelace. And even after I left school, I would have read other publications that he would have put out. But for some reason, Wine of Astonishment never landed on my reading list until the exact moment that it did. And then the following month, my coworker would bring the idea to me to say, Christina, let's put together a full-length documentary focusing on the faith. So it unfolded very organically. So for this documentary, we worked primarily with historian, Vincentian historian Dr. Adrian Fraser. He's considered one of the foremost voices on the struggle of the spiritual Baptists in St. Vincent. And we also work with 2 archbishops of the larger diocese. So that is Archbishop Melford Pompey and Archbishop Johnny Jones. Now, Archbishop Jones has for a long time been the loudest advocate for the spiritual Baptists in St. Vincent to be recognized. So, of course, you could understand that he was the happiest camper when Parliament said we were going to go ahead with this national holiday. We also interviewed teacher Vernon Douglas. I'm not sure if, oh, there she is. Good friend of our Queen Mother. Yes, Mother Erika Jelani. Teacher Douglas, what I appreciate about him is he doesn't mix matters when it comes to the spirit. And he will always tell you as it is, and you will hear in the extracts that we have today. We also interviewed this youth group, Generation Next. They have made it their mission to bring more the opportunity the different morning journeys that they would have went on, the visions that they would have experienced. But I believe very much in keeping sacred things sacred. There are avenues that I believe a person can go through to get that information, such as coming to spaces like this, holding space with spiritual Baptist practitioners. But for this documentary particularly, we wanted to focus on the persecution of the faith and where they are today. So the first segment, trials and tribulations. In deciding the starting point for the documentary, we had many different options, many different historical dates, because there was a lot that was happening leading up to 1912. As you could imagine, the colonial government did not wake up on July morning and say we're going to pass this legislation. It was a very strategic process where they incorporated the opinions of the Methodist leaders. So we had religious leaders commenting on sharing their opinions on the faith. We had medical doctors who were called on to interview practitioners of the faith and write reports. And they would make claims such as this spiritual practice is driving members into a state of lunacy, the way how they're getting riled up and diminishing their mental capacity. And of course, we had the person who heralded the legislation, the colonial administrator at the time, Murray. And I'm just going to read some of what he would have put to the Legislative Council when this was passed. It says, those who live in the vicinity of meeting houses might listen to songs which remind them of the habitation of savages. And he also said that this religion had relics of barbarism. So we see very early out how the language was used to demonize the faith. If the tech team could please play the first clip from the beginning.
African land. I'm coming to hear them singing all the way.
I hear a story from long ago about the Shakers, the people who helped pave the way for spiritual Baptists to worship free. The stories start like this.
I'm Corporal Shane of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. On February 2nd, 1913, I visited Kittels about 10:20 p.m. I saw the people jumping, they shout and clap their hands and sing all sorts of songs. They are songs without meaning. I caught Mr. McDowell, who was running. He had a Bible in his hand. I arrested him and the others and charged them with shaking, which was against the law.
I'm coming to hear them sing.
When the enslaved people were brought to the Caribbean and elsewhere, they were able to recreate some of the things they used to do in Africa in their own yards, in the slave compounds. There's still some question about how this thing really originated, because although they're associated with the Calder estate, my view is that it was practiced on a lot of the other estates. But as some of the people who were enslaved became free and moved away from the estates, then people became aware of this kind of religion. But before, they would have been practicing it on the estates, within their own compounds, and of course, away from the planters and the other persons who supervise that estate. A lot of them went to the Methodist Church because they could be baptized in the Methodist Church, and that would allow them to be able to get into the school. So that relationship continued. Now, some of the Methodist ministers complained that here were these group of people within the Methodist Church, but they were doing their own thing. They were conducting their religion in their own way, and that turned a lot of them off, and that is the reason why some of them were expelled. It would be difficult to send any kind of ordinance to England based on the fact that they were banning a religion. They were treating this as a nuisance to the society. The fact that they held their meetings late in the night, and some of the reports from the police said that after a while a lot of people came around, and by the time the meeting was finished, these are some of the people who created a lot of problems, criminal activity and so on. All of that was to build up. When they were going to ban the religion, they invited the Commissioner of Police, as he was called then, sometime later on the Superintendent of Police, and also from Barley there's a Corporal Keane, to ask them to submit reports on the religion. So even in writing the report, they depended on what they were hearing other people speaking about the particular religion. So that when you're reading those, you have to realize that these are not coming from the people who are practicing the religion themselves.
Thank you. All right, the rest of this segment goes on to touch on how police would have carried out their raids and the different strategies that the Shakers at the time would enact to make sure that their meetings were not raided. We have the role of the watchman. I remember hearing a story from an elder sister in the faith who said that her father carried the title watchman, and he would be stationed in the bush, and if there was any indication that the law was coming, he would sing a song. There would be someone else also of the faith that would hear the song and carry the news back to the meeting, and in that way they were able to escape without coming into any contact with the law. Archbishop Johnny Jones also speaks to different strategies that they use. They would take sacks, like crocus sacks, and soak them in water and put them on the roof of the prayer house in an attempt to keep down the song. Of course, we know that when Baptists worship, that will not do much. But they're still trying to put their strategies in place that they could resist the ordinance. We move on to segment 2 now. This segment is on resistance. And what I found interesting, what I was curious about, is how the historical records notes the contribution of a number of males and what they would have made in their attempt to resist the ordinance. From the community of Barreley, and we've noted Barreley to be a stronghold for the Spiritual Baptist faith on the island, there was a Hilton Fife who wrote a petition to the king explaining the persecution that they were experiencing under the ordinance and asking him to make steps to repeal the law. We also have a story of a group of Shakers who were arrested and brought before the magistrate, and their leader, who was named as a Pointer Stapleton, he encouraged them to manifest the Holy Spirit in the courthouse. So imagine a formal court proceedings and a group of up to 40 Shakers, what we call cat spirit, inside the courthouse. The case was eventually dismissed after they were reprimanded by the magistrate. So I know the role of the women in the Spiritual Baptist faith is one that is very important. So taking my creative license, I penned a character by the name of Mother Gloria. I was able to find bits and pieces and fragments of stories of women who would have contributed to the resistance movement. But it was a case where, in conversation with the practitioners of the faith, they would not remember the name, they may not remember particularly which prayer house the person would have originated from. And we were also bound by time and financial constraints. So it wasn't a case where we could travel the length and breadth of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and interview as many members as possible. So what I chose to do instead is to write this character, Mother Gloria, and she's one who would have been, in the fictional story of the documentary, she's one who would have been convicted under the ordinance. But she resisted. She moved the congregation to the mountains, and she also made an attempt to liaise with politician George McIntosh. McIntosh is noted as one of the strongest political allies for the Shakers in St. Vincent. There is also included in the documentary a reenactment of the motion that he would have laid in the House in 1939, and he asked the question, what is the real reason that these people are being persecuted? And he put the position that the only reason that they are is because they are poor and they're black. So in this segment, if the team can please go to time code 1505, you will see the interaction with Mother Gloria and George McIntosh.
Sometime later, Mother Gloria get to hearing about McIntosh and how he was fighting for the ordinance to get repealed. Mother Gloria sent message to say he must come see her. She tell McIntosh to keep his service up in the mountains, and he promised that soon the Shakers will worship free. Mother Gloria tell him keep fighting. She would continue to ring the bell and shout hallelujah.
In 1940, one of the newspapers carried a story of an incident in Barreley where 40 persons, I think, were arrested for practicing Shaker religion. McIntosh went down to Barreley, spoke to them and said, do you believe in your religion? They said, yes, what are you willing to do for your religion? He said, you could go in there and shake if that is what you're... So when the matter got into the court, these 40 people started shaking, and the magistrate was, of course, very embarrassed. He didn't know how to deal with that.
One Pointer Stapleton went to court, and while the case going on, the Baptists started to shout in the courthouse. I understand even the magistrate got into manifestation as well. What they call the Spiritual Baptist say spirit. They start to walk spirit. Later down we learn the word adoption. And later down it was called manifestation.
The interesting thing.
Thank you. All right, in the interest of time, I will just recap one segment instead of us doing the explanation and the viewing. So the next segment is on vindication, and it deals with what was happening on the political side in 1965 when the former Chief Minister Ebenezer Joshua laid the motion for the repeal of the ordinance, and of course this was fully supported by the opposition leader at the time, Milton Cato. Now if we examine the contributions to the House in 1965 and then what happened in 2024 when they discussed awarding the national holiday, we see that the arguments are almost identical. But what I wanted to focus on specifically was what Archbishop Melford Pompey, what he pointed out. He said that while politicians were working on their side to have the law repealed, the Shakers were not, of course, sitting at home idly buying. They were establishing churches, they were initiating members, and they were doing what they needed to do to grow the faith. Now, the next segment is on future. Now, if I could be very honest with you, I consider this to be a safe space. I had a lot of hesitations about including this segment in the documentary for two reasons. Now, the first is I hold two outsider perspectives. I'm not a practitioner of the faith. I observe, I report, and I storytell. And then, of course, I am not a Vincentian. I was living in St. Vincent and the Grenadines only on a professional basis. And I've come to grow to appreciate and love the faith, and I was hesitant about including any information that would shed a negative light on its practitioners, knowing the negative stigmas that still exist at present about the faith. So when I consulted with my mentor and theater director, he scolded me very frankly, and he said, it's not my role to be the public relations representative for the Spiritual Baptist in St. Vincent. These people have entrusted me with their stories, they've told me their truth, and if I am to practice journalism in the right way, he reminded me, which of course we learned at school, let the truth speak and let the work speak for itself. So this segment, Future, it deals with one of the issues that was highlighted on day one of the symposium, transferring knowledge from the elders to the youth. The youth were highlighting concerns, that they do not believe that they were being educated properly in the faith to carry on the traditions, the way how they see them being carried out. And also we have my favorite, Teacher Douglas, who pointed out a lot of divisions in the faith, and he made the position that this is because of administrative decisions that were being taken at the head, and they were not being absorbed properly by the body. So if we can go to time code 3158.
Usually say that the Spirit, let the Spirit teach you. But there are certain things in terms of the traditions as to what we do. I think, like the person who's at the head, I think they're responsible for teaching. Because even adults would come into the faith, and even the simplest thing as an order of service, because we have an order of service, to run the service, some persons, they don't know.
To be honest, we need to live a better life and carry ourselves better, that people could respect us. Because the majority, some of the young people are willing to be there, yes, but just because of we the older heads, how we behave, it drives them astray. Some will in tongue, they will drink and junk and cuss and carry on. Those are the things that affect the younger heads in Baptist right now.
We as spiritual Baptist leaders, we are our own demise. If we all, as the scripture says, if we have love one for another, all men will know that you are my disciples. Let the world see the oneness.
If there is something that could happen that they could bring in more people, it will be good. It will be very good. But the best thing I know, the people, the older heads, they need to humble themselves and know what to say to people, how to approach people, especially when you have young people coming in. Know what to say when you see them, especially in the road, know how to talk, your conversation and all, so that they will say they will not be able to say, are you going to baptize with them, then look at the behavior? No.
Those days when you go to baptize, they march you from opponent barefoot. Whether the sun hot yes or no, barefoot coming over. And they say they tell me how they feel it is. When you went down Jordan this morning, that was the good old days. I noticed now that the faith is being modernized. And I don't have a problem with changes, yes. But the scripture also reminds us that we must not come back the ancient landmark.
Thank you. All right, so the final segment, it deals with art as a tool for decolonization. And I'm sure you remembered I mentioned earlier that I read Wine of Astonishment while I was working with a theater collective. Our first stage production was Arrel Hill's Dance Bongo. And you know the bongo is an Afro-Caribbean ritual dance that is performed at wakes. So our director, Jekyll Morris, he decided to include elements of spiritual Baptist practice as well as Orisha worship in the production. And it meant then that as the cast, we had to go through an intense period of study about these particular faiths, almost an entire year before we even touched the stage. The study included attending ceremonies, reading a lot of literature. We had spiritual Baptist practitioners who will come into our theater space to teach us how to use our bodies as percussion instruments. We learned a lot of the spiritual Baptist songs. And for those on the cast who were tasked with embodying the energies of certain orishas, they had their own work to do as well. We learned very early on that this was a very serious assignment. So yes, theater is about play and about learning, but we understood that when we eventually took to the stage at the National Performing Arts Festival, we were vessels to bring a certain level of truth to the audience, to challenge some of the notions that they would have learned from the time that they were small. So we were always cautious to approach our assignments with a particular type of reverence and seriousness. So what you will see in this segment is a bit of the director's vision for the Dance Bongo production and how he incorporated the different faiths into the staging. So please go to time code 3602.
Sing me true, Lord Jesus, sing me true. Sing me true, Lord Jesus, sing me true. It is a long way to go, and a victory to be won. Every minute, every hour.
I was part of a play named Dance Bongo that had to do with African spirituality. I was happy people get to see spiritual Baptist practices and hear our songs. They even get to see the Orishas too, so they can know there is nothing to fear. All of this is a part of who we are.
Dance Bongo is what Errol Hill calls a fantasy in one act. It is set essentially within this small fictional village called Cedar Post, and it is a play about mystery and discovery that explores the significance of a ritual dance. That ritual dance, of course, being the bongo. And ultimately, the play's action revolves around this three-sided conflict that involves a stranger who is a ritualistic bongo dancer who arrived within Cedar Post, led by this vision loaded with mystery and this ominous premonition that he only danced for the dead. We also see within that conflict Jeremy, this pompous and headstrong bongo dancer whom the village is most proud, and Sarah, the old woman whose firm conviction it is that Jeremy had spitefully murdered her grandson. Ultimately because he was, according to her, a better bongo dancer than Jeremy. And within Dance Bongo, you saw that as my directorial choice, I juxtaposed both spiritual Baptist elements and aesthetic with Afro-Cuban Santeria aesthetics. That for me is a testament to my own search as an Afro-diasporic individual looking to now unpack the legacies of colonization that has influenced the way I worship and how I view the divine. I hold space for the spiritual Baptist. Yes, I appreciate its resistance. I appreciate its belief system. I appreciate its practitioners. But I want to take the conversation a bit further, step further for young contemporaries like myself who are now looking to sort of engage or go on this Sankofa effect where we're now looking to further renegotiate who we are and now accept more African-centered form of spirituality. And I realize that within my Vincentian space, as much as the majority of us are of African descent, broad cross-section of my country are still of the recolonizing perspective that every and anything African is bad.
We fear what we do not know. And of course, we've been conditioned. There's still colonial era laws, like Spiritual Baptists in St. Vincent just literally got their own holiday, their day of recognition. And we're still in the process of decolonizing our minds. So in seeing someone like me, for example, as I mentioned, the anklets that have bells and have shells on them that make noise when I walk, in seeing that, a lot of people give me strange looks because they're not used to seeing people adorn themselves in that way. They don't know the reason behind it. So of course I would get names like Empress or Witch or Obia Woman just walking the street. And that for me is pretty normal because now I can wear it as a badge. My practice is a combination of ancestral veneration within Garifuna religion and spirituality and Ifa, which is a Yoruba-derived tradition that focuses on Orisha worship. As the dramaturge, I had to do a lot of research to ensure that the Orishas that we portrayed were accurate and respectful, to ensure that our libation practices were grounded, to ensure that the entrances of our spiritual Baptist aspects were accurate and as well respectful, to ensure that we were not offending any deities, anybody's positionalities within that space.
Thank you for that. So the entire documentary runs 46 minutes and some change. I urge you, it is available on YouTube, so I urge you to go and watch the entire thing. I think as a reflection on the project, though we encountered many financial difficulties, we had the backing of our executive producer, which is Interactive Media Limited. We did not have any funds to work with. So most of what was put together was done by people volunteering their time, their efforts. And what I was especially pleased about is how we got enthusiastic yes to every request that we asked for, if it was for interviews, for costumes, for set design, for photography, for anything at all. Going forward, I would like to, if there's anybody who has $15,000 that they would like to grant the project, that we could go about into production and fix some of the issues, technical issues that we have, and also broaden out the interviews and the narrative story. That is our goal. Our final goal would be to liaise with the Ministry of Education for this to be included as teaching material on the school's curriculum for history students, theater, arts, social studies, and also for grade 6 students at the primary level as they prepare for CPEA. The project is finished, but there's still a very long road ahead. So thank you very much for taking in, and I pass back on to Bishop.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina. And now we are going to invite Reverend Dr. Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa. But before she speaks, let me say that Mother Hazel, Teacher Hazel, you are one of my mentors, although you do not know. I came from a background as a pastor in New Testament Church of God, missionary and so on. And then when I came into the spiritual Baptist faith, I needed to get information. And I must say that I was able to read your books that were very instructive, and even my spiritual children I use your books to help teach them. So I'm looking forward to engaging with you today so you can go right on ahead.
All right. Yes. Blessings to each and everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, blessed evening to you, Bishop Chair, and to my colleague who went before me, and to all those who are present for the symposium. So, my brothers and sisters, I greet you with the love and peace of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, King of Kings, Alpha and Omega, in whom I live and have my being. I thank my brother Roel for recommending me to Dr. Murray, and I'm grateful to Dr. Derek Murray, Director of the Center for Hybrid Studies, for inviting me to participate in this landmark cultural and intellectual gathering, the African Spirituality Symposium. I managed to witness the roundtable session of day one, and how I wish that I was able to attend the entire symposium. But as I explained to Dr. Murray, I was already caught up in a number of activities because the School of Theology is celebrating 45 years, and we have an exhibition on at NALIS, our National Library in Port of Spain. And that only opened yesterday, so yesterday I was not available at all. And I had to use whatever other time I had to make sure that I'm fairly ready for today. So I'm honored to contribute to this conversation, which is dedicated to deepening the understanding of African and African diasporic spiritual life. For I believe that such a conversation is greatly needed in this time and space. I am convinced of its centrality to the struggle for freedom. Freedom into self-awareness and self-development of the peoples of Africa and the African diaspora, in what is essentially our quest for self-realization and self-love. And I'll be coming back to that near the end. So thank you for having me. Allow me to confirm the parameters for my presentation. So the focus of this session, as I was given, is the freedom to practice African and African diasporic spirituality, free from stigma, legal restriction, and institutional discrimination. And immediately that brings to mind Martin Luther King's "I have a dream." Because yes, indeed, I dream about that day. And I believe in dreams, and I know that dreams do come true. So I'm hoping to see that day when we can practice our spirituality, free from stigma, legal restriction, and institutional discrimination. The statement continues by saying freedom to practice remains a contested and unfinished struggle across many jurisdictions in Africa, the Caribbean, and beyond. And I can attest to that. Yes, it is a struggle. And this session is taking stock of where the struggle stands today. We saw some of what is happening in terms of the struggle in the presentation that went before. And you notice that we still say, hallelujah, praise the Lord, in spite of the struggle. So we were given 5 focal points. Survey the legal landscape, examine the social and cultural stigma, discuss institutional discrimination, consider the intersection of religious freedom with other rights, and explore the Caribbean context. And of course, we were given 20 to 25 minutes, and I hope that I can do justice to that. So, while the narrative of the session does not contain the names of Trinidad and Tobago nor Spiritual Baptist, the description, the focus, and the selected items are screaming Trinidad and Tobago Spiritual Baptist. Yes? And since I am that, I am happy to be here. And I will contain my discourse within that setting, Trinidad and Tobago Spiritual Baptist. I will address some of the focal points through discussion of specific cases via anecdotal information, and some through published empirical data. I will also restrict my perimeter to African diasporic spirituality of the nature of Christocentric movements in the Caribbean, such as spiritual shouter Baptists, Shakers, tie heads, converted, and revivalists. So looking at the first point of reference, the legal landscape. We saw some of it in the presentation that went before. And I will lean on the work of Dr. Claudius Fergus in his work Against Toleration, Britain's Persecution of the Spiritual Baptists, which was published in 2024. I'm depending on him for some details of the legal landscape that are not widely known. The colonial legislature, and I quote from his book, in 3 colonies passed prohibition ordinances against spiritual Baptists between 1912 and 1927. Now, sometimes, and getting more into the news now, is the ordinance number 13 of 1912, an ordinance to render illegal the practices of Shakerism as indulged in the colony of St. Vincent. The ordinance may be cited as the Shakerism Prohibition Ordinance 1912, and it was passed in the Legislative Council on the 3rd day of September 1912 and published in the Government Gazette on the 1st day of October 1912. And usually when people speak about prohibition, they would refer to the ordinance number 27 of 1917. But as I said, with the coming of the holiday for St. Vincent, it became more into the news, the whole question of the ordinance against Shakerism. So that was the first one that was passed. And as we know, in the Caribbean, we like to pattern things. So having passed it in St. Vincent, they moved on to passing it in Trinidad and Tobago. So Ordinance number 27 of 1917 is a duplicate of the one of 1912, an ordinance to render illegal indulgence in the practices of the body known as the shouters. And of course, they were a little more particular in their wording in the one of 1917 to avoid any means of opposition to what they were doing. This ordinance may be cited as the Shouters Prohibition Ordinance 1917. And you note it is called the practices of the body known as the shouters. They didn't define us as religious. They focused on the noise that we made. So that ordinance was passed in council on the 16th day of November in the year of our Lord, 1917. That's how it's written. And many people are not aware of the passing of Ordinance number 11 of 1927. And this ordinance may be cited as the Public Meetings Shakerism Prohibition Ordinance 1927 that was passed on the 14th day of March 1927. And I want to go to the book written by Dr. Fergus and read for you, because we have the three ordinances from St. Vincent, Trinidad and Tobago, and Grenada. The one in 1927 was passed in Grenada. And he remarks in his book, spiritual Baptists became a force that colonial elites found the most difficult to reckon with because of two main reasons. The first was religious competition within small polities. The independence and rapid growth of spiritual Baptists successfully challenged the cultural cosmological dominance of the recognized churches. And so the colonial elites feared that the African form of worship of the converted would seriously undermine Europeanized norms if it was not checkmarked. This concern was explicitly addressed in the Legislative Council debate on prohibition, both in St. Vincent and in Trinidad and Tobago. So we were a threat to the standard churches, and they played a very strong part in ensuring that an attempt was made to wipe us off the map by the Prohibition Ordinance. And he refers to the second main reason, the economic perspective. And he makes the point that while scholars have adequately dealt with the issue of religious independence, they have generally failed to impart equal or any significance to friendly societies and the susu as a factor in the heightened aggression against spiritual Baptists at the turn of the 19th century. So the fear was not only of us taking over the churches, but also the fear of us becoming too strong economically by coming together. They are afraid of us, and they still are afraid of Black people coming together. The sad thing about it is that we as Black people are also afraid of ourselves coming together. And I try to remember the quotation. It is not, I think it's Mandela, who said it's not our weakness, it's our strength that we are afraid of. So that takes care of the legal section, which ended for Trinidad and Tobago in 1951 with an ordinance to remove the prohibition hitherto placed upon the practices of the body known as the shouters. And that was passed in council on the 30th of March, 1951. But we know that while it was done legally, perceptually and socially, the persecution continued and continues even to today, to a lesser degree, but it still continues. And the little I've heard of some of the discussions this morning, I know that a number of issues were raised around the legal structures. So I move on to the social and cultural stigma. And the stigma reinforced by dominant religions and media. One of the things we recognize, and I think it was mentioned on the first round table, is that the media would overplay any misdemeanor of a spiritual Baptist leader and underplay the same misdemeanor if the leader, the person happens not to be spiritual Baptist. And in terms of the dominant religions, a few years ago in Port of Spain at City Gate, which is the center of the city where all the hub of transport is, a number of us were having what we call an open air. And it was being held at the corner of that area under a building that housed Goldsmith's place, jewelry place below, and a church on the upper floor, one of the modern evangelical or Pentecostal, I'm not too sure which one, churches. So here we were on the pavement, set up for our service, and we started ringing our bell and singing and shouting and praying. And the members of the church started coming to church. That's the church upstairs. And they proceeded to go upstairs, take up all their speaker boxes, bring them down and put them on the pavement, and start to blast Christian music. Now we're singing Christian hymns downstairs, and they are coming and blasting Christian music to drown us out. But of course, in earlier years, they would have got away with that. But in these times, we were able to call the police, the same police who would have had us running in years before. They came and they instructed them that it was against the law for them to bring their boxes downstairs on the pavement because they didn't have permission to do that. We had permission to be there. And that they needed to take their boxes and go back upstairs and keep their service in the building where they usually keep their service. And they were quite annoyed because, as far as they were concerned, we ought not to be there. And it makes you wonder, that the prohibition was stopped, repealed so many years ago. And people still feel that Baptists do not belong in the society. So yes, the social and cultural stigma is still very much alive. And in terms of the institutional discrimination in education, again, I have a story to tell. I went to Valsayn Teachers College as a lecturer in 1995. And I was teaching literature. And the structure of the college at the time, each subject area would have 3 classes. So you'd have 3 different lecturers. And I replaced the person who had just left. And so I had a class, 1/3 of the cohort for that year. But whenever I went into my class had fewer students than my roll. And I wasn't too sure what was happening. And after a while, because I was new there, after a while, I asked some of the students, I said, but where are the other students who are supposed to be here? My roll has a certain number and I don't see them. And they started to laugh. Mrs. Pizza, you don't know what's wrong? No, I don't have an idea. And they said, Miss, you come here with your head tie and your long clothes. And a lot of the students say they don't know what they bring this Baptist woman in this place for. It have enough thing going wrong in the college. And now they bring a Baptist woman to make it worse. So they're not coming to your class. So for the whole of that first term, if I had half of the number of students on roll. And now these are not students who are now learning to teach, These are students who were teachers in the system in the schools and who had come in for in-service training. So if they have that attitude as teachers, you can imagine what would have been happening in the schools that they were teaching in. And it didn't stop there because there were also lecturers who, after they got to know me, started advising me that it wasn't wise to stay among these spiritual Baptist people. What am I doing there? I'm so educated and I know so much and all of that. And what am I doing there with those people? So the discrimination is really institutional. And I had similar experiences at UWI when I was lecturing at UWI as well. But I think you get the idea about the institutional discrimination in education. Because if it's happening at the top with lecturers and teachers, then you can understand what's going on among our children. And I'll just give you one little episode where my granddaughter started secondary school, and the social studies teacher was going into that aspect of religion in social studies. And she asked the class, all those who are Anglican stand, all those who are Catholic stand, all those who are Presbyterian, those who are Methodist, those who are Hindu, those who are Muslims, Seventh-day Adventists. And there were still a few children who didn't stand up. And she said, so what religion do they belong to? How are they stand up? And my granddaughter got up and said, I am a spiritual Baptist. And the teacher said, what? She said, yes, miss, I am a spiritual Baptist. And the whole class broke out in laughter because the teacher was having a fit that this spiritual Baptist child in her class and could stand up and say boldly, I am a spiritual Baptist. So, yes, the discrimination is still there. And the next topic that we asked to focus on is the intersection of religious freedom with other rights. And here I choose to visit Wine of Astonishment by Earl Lovelace, and I won't do much of it. We got some of it, a little bit of it in the last presentation, but I want to focus on one little section. So they had to find another plan to make us surrender, and they find it too. Now, everything we do is something wrong. They complain that we sing too loud, we disturbing the peace. They send 6 police with a paper to make us move the church from off the main street. We build a new church. They decide that it ain't built strong enough. They make us break it down. And when we try to build another one, they wouldn't okay the plans. So they had us running around from pillar to post. And then one day it was in the papers, they passed the law against us that make it a crime on the whole island for people to worship God in the spiritual Baptist religion. Now, if we ring the bell, that was against the law. If we clap our hands and catch the spirit, the police could arrest us. One day we was Baptist, the next day we was criminals. What to do? Who to appeal to? We move again. We run. So now the church we have is on the edge of the village, high up on a steep hill, far up in a wilderness place. A little mud hut, hiding behind a row of half-dead mango trees. And we have a lookout to watch for the police. So if they creep up on us and we don't have time to run, we could pretend that we keep in an agriculture meeting. It looked to me that this was where they wanted us to be, out of the village. So that we see we were bombarded on every side from every angle, and our freedom and our rights were being attacked in every way. And to quote J.U. Young, colonialism gave missionaries sanction to try to thoroughly undermine African culture in all its forms. And that continues even to today. The fifth focus is to explore the Caribbean context. And in exploring the Caribbean context, I want to look at the fact that we are, as your document says, African diasporic spirituality. Just give me 1 second. Yes, just a little mishap there. And to look at that, I want to refer to the book that Bishop spoke about a while ago, My Faith. And there's this situation that faces us here in Trinidad and Tobago, and I know it faces other African spirituality, African diasporic spirituality in other parts of the Caribbean. And indeed, because of the nature of the origin and growth of the faith, any discussion of it brings to the fore the arguments whether it is an African or a Christian religious group. A rational deduction will indicate that it is both African and Christian. But this position is not easily accepted by adherents and non-adherents alike. On the one hand, the Eurocentric Christian view is that to be Christian, it cannot be African. A position based on the perception succinctly expressed in the traditional enactments of Trinidad by Roald Gibbons, that society in the Caribbean is fleshed on the basic stubborn assumption of white superiority. It is still believed that the sons of bondage can find salvation only in whiteness. Things African are still regarded as vulgar, violent, or evil. On the other hand, the growth of Afro consciousness has led to an anti-Christian view, which seeks to break the Christian hegemony. This position claims, to quote one of its proponents from a conversation on that topic, Christianity with its white Jesus cannot be the religion of Africans, since it denigrates the ancestors and the African traditions. And you know, to deal with that particular aspect of it, the white Jesus, makes me wonder, and I have some questions that I raised in another forum some years ago. Why is it that in all the Bible maps of the ancient world, the publishers show you a landmass that resembles the landmass of Africa, complete with the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea, but never with the name Africa written anywhere on the picture or the page? I want to know, in what country or what continent was Egypt and the River Nile and Ethiopia? And where in Europe was Jerusalem and Nazareth? And was Ramesses a Caucasian king? What ethnicity or color was Moses and his stepmother, Pharaoh's daughter, and Lazarus? And how is it that although walking in the sun all day, Jesus' skin still looks so fair and his hair so neat? And why is the picture of the Black Madonna and Black child kept secret, and the whitened Madonna and baby so profusely circulated? So that when I'm confronted with the white Jesus, since I don't believe in a white Jesus, it puts a little problem in the discussion, because I don't know that the roads that Jesus walked and where he lived, etc., was anywhere in the white man's land. To continue the discussion, however, the spiritual Baptist faith developed among those Africans who chose to maintain the spontaneity of their Africanness, who have fused their African background with the tenets of Christianity to produce a religion which is the result of enculturation and is therefore more like a part of life and more exciting. Indeed, the spiritual Baptists were affirming Christ as the head of their faith and their Africanness as integral to that affirmation. So, it is to be noted that the Christianity that was brought to the West Indies by the missionaries in the form of various religious denominations was no longer identical to the religious movement begun by its founder, Jesus Christ. The history of Christianity reveals that fundamental changes had taken place, giving rise to the various groupings and denominations. It is to be noted further that Christianity came into existence as a new religious movement within Judaism and bore marks of enculturation into the culture of the Jews. In fact, Christianity is so indigenized to suit the various cultures among which it grew and grows that, and I'm quoting here from my text, My Faith, the Romans fashioned Christianity to their culture and gave a plethora of saints, the Latin language, and much pomp and ceremony in the services of Roman Catholicism. The English fashioned Christianity to their culture and gave the austerity of high church service and the conservatism of the English in both style and language in Anglicanism. We, the Africans, have fashioned Christianity to our culture and given the rhythm of the drums and hand clapping, the lively sounding of trumpets, the movement of the body to match the movement of the spirit, and the rhythm and the all-embracing approach to religion as a way of life. And it's shown in the Aladura in Africa, the Shakers in St. Vincent, the Southern Baptists in the USA, and the Spiritual Baptists here in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the other issues that comes up very often here in Trinidad and Tobago in particular is that the Spiritual Baptist is an outgrowth or an offshoot from Orisha. It is quite clear, and it is time that we understand that Orisha, or Shango as we would normally call it, is the local expression of African traditional religion. Spiritual Baptist is the local expression of Christianity. The two are not the same, but we have a lot of things in common because we are the same people. And there is no need for us to be fighting, because to each his own. If you choose to be Orisha, or you choose to be Spiritual Baptist, or you choose to be Catholic or Anglican or Muslim, that is a personal choice. And I think that we should have come of age enough as Black people to understand. So that when we think about a time when the Caribbean will fully embrace and protect African spiritual practice as part of its national heritage and the rights of citizens, it takes us right back to the beginning when the parameters were being set. Deepening the understanding of African and African diasporic spiritual life. This conversation is greatly needed in this time and space. And I am happy that this group has decided to make it a serious study. And as was said, it's intellectual discussion is also happening, so that we're not just in a situation, because very often we find that when we start to talk about spirituality, it moves from spirituality to religion, and then there are all kinds of religious discriminations, even in the discussions. But here, I am happy that we are looking at the struggle for freedom. And I'm saying that that freedom is freedom into self-awareness and self-development of the peoples of Africa and the African diaspora in what is essentially our quest for self-realization and self-love. When we come to the point where we can realize who we are as the children of Africa, and we learn to love ourselves and get over the colonial brainwashing and stop perpetuating it in our discussions and our relationships, and really understand who we are and love ourselves and respect ourselves and each other, using, as Idowu would have said in his work pertaining to researching religion, he said in the study of religion, the first rule in the Scholars Code is caution. The second rule, openness. And the third rule, reverence. We ought to recognize and respect what each person reveres, because that spirituality is our life. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. And our human experience has a beginning and an end. We call them birth and death. But our spiritual experience was there before and continues after. And I certainly hope that we get to that point when we understand and get our priorities right, and we can live in harmony, respecting our African traditions and respecting whichever spirituality we choose, whether it is Christocentric or otherwise. Thank you. I hope I have not gone too far over my time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, we had started a half an hour late and we're going to finish on time. So therefore, I'm going to go straight into the questions and so on to the panelists. So if there are any questions both online or also in the audience today, you can freely go to the mic and present your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is not a question. It's a slight correction. It's a correction. I really appreciated the talk. Thank you very much. There's a mistake that's often made where people attribute the quote of our greatest fear to Nelson Mandela. It's actually from Marianne Williamson, and I think I'd like to share it with everyone. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, and I'm looking at each and every one of you, who are you not to be? You're a child, and this is my correction, of the Divine Mother, Father, God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of the Divine Mother, Father, God that is within each and every one of us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. So that's the first share. The second is I actually visited St. Stephen's Church in Austria and saw a black Jesus, which was behind bars. So I've been doing that pilgrimage, and it's not because I am Christian, I am spiritual, but I am walking the walk I talk about being all embracing of all and being mutually respectful of all, and approaching everything with a curious mind and from a beginner's mindset. So I'm open to hearing whatever anyone has to say, but I will be doing my own research. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I on the spur of the moment, I remember the gist of the quotation, And I thank you for reading it for me again, because I have read it before. Thank you, and for making it right for me.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. Nice seeing you again, Dr. Hazeland de Pisa, and also the young lady who did her research in St. Vincent. I think those presentations were very, well put together. But listening to both presentations and being a practitioner myself and hearing the many stories from my mother, who was a spiritual Baptist, Reverend from St. Vincent, and, doing my research in Trinidad as well. Sometimes I wonder spiritual Baptists, all in this modern era, always present themselves as more Jesus Holy Ghost Christians, bell ringing, sprinkle water Baptists. And they try as much as possible to fit into the modes of colonialism and to systemic acceptance. But yet still, the average quote-unquote Christian denominations and the persons within society still look upon them in a negative way. And I ask myself many times why we fail to accept who we are and, embrace our African identity. Even though some of the individuals from other churches carry a black skin as well. So sometimes we say, a lot of people got a roast breadfruit Oreo mentality, where they are black outside but white inside, based on indoctrination and the way we were forced or encouraged to inculcate North American culture. So I will let you all to speak on this. And listening to Dr. De Pisa when she said when they did the open air service that they were there doing, spiritual Baptist outreach mission, but yet still another Christian denomination came downstairs with their speakers booming the same Christian songs. And to me, that's the real dichotomy and the real struggles that I find that we have to go through, that when we speak about the suppression and oppression of our Afro-spiritual practices. And I want to reinforce where we see a lot of these in this age, this dispensation, where spiritual Baptists, some of them don't even want to ring bell, they don't even want to wear apron, they don't want to wear flag. They're trying to conform into accepted modes of society. And to me, that's watering down the religion, and that is really eroding all the work that our ancestors, those elders that laid the foundation for this tradition. I rest it there for now.
Dr. De Pisa,
Yes.
can you tackle that one?
Yes, indeed. And I agree with you, sister. And again, it takes us back, as you said, the indoctrination, the brainwashing of the past. There are so many persons of African descent who, even when they move towards or lean towards African spirituality, whether in the Christian mode or the traditional mode, they still, as you call it, roast breadfruit Oreo mentality. Yes, because we have not yet grown to the level of understanding of who we are. And that's why I said we have to get to that self-realization and self-love for things to change. But Maddie said we don't get out of the shackles because we still have the shackles in our mind. And that's where the problem lies. So discussions like these, conversations where we can analyze and synthesize the realities that we're facing will help us to get to that point where we accept who we are. There are persons who, they're spiritual Baptists, they believe in Christ, and they will tell you that they don't want to hear anything about a black Jesus, you know, because they were taught that he's a white man. And they hold on to that. Little white-skinned, blue-eyed boy, right? We have to come to that place where we respect what is ours, we accept who we are, and we treasure our own being and begin to love ourselves and love each other. I mean, I know that we have a time constraint, so I won't go into some of the stories that will bring it home to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Burton, we also acknowledge your hand, and in the next session, we will bring you in where you can share what you would desire. But I would like to just ask one final question and each panelist can answer it in at least 2 minutes. If we were to meet again in 10 years from today, what changes would you hope to see in the recognition, understanding, acceptance, and freedom to practice the spiritual Baptist faith and other African-derived religions throughout the Caribbean? Christina.
Yes. Hello? Yes. If I can draw on an experience that we had while we were conducting our field research, we would pose questions to spiritual Baptist practitioners about other forms of African spiritual faiths. And it was, I don't want to say interesting, it was puzzling to feel tangible disdain in their remarks. And of course, that material could not be included in the final cut for the documentary. And it made me question, so this is a syncretic religion, so why are you holding more closely to one form than the other? And I put it out of the back of my mind. I spent a lot of time on foot, going around to different congregations, asking the same question, and I came across an Orisha devotee. She is from Trinidad. Her husband is a Vincentian, so she relocated there, and they practice their faiths side by side. And I answered the question, why was I having this experience while I would ask spiritual Baptist practitioners about, particularly Shango? She said, Vincentian Baptists think, to paraphrase, she said, Vincentian Baptists think they're pure, but it feels sometimes that as if they don't like the South. So I give that experience to answer the question. In 10 years, I would like to see in a Vincentian society where different faiths or African spiritual traditions and faiths are accepted, are recognized, and are widely promoted by outsiders of the faith as well as insiders. And to go back to the point that Teacher Hazel made about the reverence and respect for other people's practices, I believe that that is one of the stepping stones that most of the work can be put towards.
Dr. DePizzo?
Yes. In 10 years from now, I would certainly love to see a people who have come of age to understand and appreciate who they are. Because we are still so caught up in the lessons that we have been taught over the years, and we have not yet found our way back to ourselves. Because remember, our experiences were to take us away from ourselves, to disregard ourselves, to hate ourselves. And we are still too much caught up in that lesson. I would hope that forums like these would occur where we can really do some soul searching of that inner development, that necessity for our spirituality to be genuine, and for us not to be living double lives as so many people are, whether in the African traditional religion or in the diasporic religions, there are too many people who are living double lives. They say one thing, but they believe something else. And I hope that we can get to that place where we can comfortably discuss with each other because we understand who we are and we begin to love ourselves. And it will make a difference to how we practice our spirituality.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Center for Hybrid Studies and Global Freedom Festival 2026, I extend sincere thanks to our distinguished presenters, Reverend Dr. Hazel Ann Gibbs de Pisa and Katrina Smith, for sharing their wisdom and experience. Let us give them a hand one more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we've come to the penultimate session. We've just completed the penultimate session. I must say that the sessions thus far, including this last one, has exceeded my expectations in terms of structure, content, honesty, and the depth of the discussions that we've been having. So much so that we scarcely have enough time to do them justice. It has not missed my attention that since yesterday, when the South African queens and Queen Irika and so on pointed out that this was essentially a Queen Mother gathering, that women have dominated these discussions, both in terms of presence and in terms of speaking. That must be some indication that we should take note of. The women can tell me what it means going forward, but we know full well very often in African spiritual gatherings, even though sometimes the leadership tends to be predominantly male, that the body is predominantly female. And it suggests to me that we need to have conversations with the women, and we need to touch that topic about patriarchy and so on in these traditions. So we will get to that. We're doing this next year at the same time, and we have a whole year to decide that we're going to come and deal with those issues seriously. Up next, we deal with contemporary issues. Having discussed everything that we've talked about, we'll finish with what are the current challenges, what are the current issues that we need to deal with. And we look forward to that at 2:30. And I want to thank you all for contributing. Thank you, Bishop Roger Bryan, for cheering. I really could have watched your entire documentary. I'm certain other people in one go. Thank you. And I'm certain we'll be calling you Dr. Katrina. What's the last name? Dr. Smith. Dr. Christina Katrina Smith. I'm certain we'll be calling you that very soon. So thank you all. Enjoy your lunch break, and we'll gather here again for 2:30.
Good afternoon and welcome back. This final session in what has been, I'm sure, an engaging and stimulating series focuses on the contemporary challenges facing the practice of traditional African and African diasporic spirituality and possible solutions. We hope to discuss legal recognition, cultural preservation, intergenerational transmission, institutional relationships, and solidarity between continental and diasporic communities. We have several speakers lined up, several presenters lined up, and as they present, I will introduce them to you. But I believe we're going to start this session with a question that we had from a previous session from Burton Sankarelli. You on, sir?
Yes, you are hearing me.
Go right ahead.
Okay, yeah, it was really a question in the context of the last session, but it has certain implications for this one. At least one point that I want to raise and what's related to it. It regards the kind of opposition that I don't know if Teacher Hazel is still with us. That Teacher Hazel was talking about the resistance that Baptists were getting, and may have implications for aspects of African spirituality. I mean, you will still get in officialdom a certain hierarchy where you could say Christianity would be most favored. It's kind of hard to tell how strong that force is. One suspects it's significantly stronger than many people might suspect, and it's there, and there might be certain biases there. I think the issues that Teacher Hazel was talking about has to do, however, primarily with more of a social current coming up from the ground around that more form of fundamentalist type Christianity. That can quite strong as a current, as a current. Not necessarily formally institutional, but because people who are in it in positions of power and responsibility may be a part of it. In Trinidad, you basically have these currents, right? So the Baptist is a strong presence in Trinidad, and there's a holiday that receives a lot of attention when it comes around, as these public holidays do. For Liberation Day, that now very happy St. Vincent is now acknowledging. Orisha is very prominent in Emancipation Day and in the parade on the streets. The chants they're like that. They're Indian-oriented observances and all that. So a lot of that revolves around religion. But this current from the ground, which is often very negative towards African spirituality, unfortunately creates these problems that Teacher Hazel was talking about. But what's also happening though is that in terms of this kind of Christianity, this kind of more, I don't know whether fundamental is a derogatory word, but this kind of Christianity, this kind of spirituality also touches a certain part of the Baptist continuum. So there are forms of Baptist worship and the Christocentricity Teacher Hazel was talking about that might be enmeshed in this, in one end of a continuum, while you might get on the other end of the continuum spirituality enmeshed in Orisha. And there are all kinds of things in between. Now Baptists will say they are Christians when you talk to them, but you might get very different theologies. And you may also get spiritual Baptist type work and expression taking place in the context of Orisha worship, regardless of to what extent the people in it may call themselves Baptist. Baptist as a spiritual presence is present in Orisha worship. So someone researching Orisha, I have to know a fair amount about the spiritual Baptist as regards that. And I did want to ask a question about how within the Baptist continuum itself, Baptists with these different outlooks may regard each other. Because one time I was in conversation with some who seemed to regard other Baptists, maybe who are to them, quote unquote, less Christian, more negatively. So I was wondering how much that was a issue within the Baptist continuum itself. So that's what I wanted to ask and raise, really.
And I hope we have an answer for you. The presenters from the previous session are still with us.
Okay, good.
I was asking.
From my insider-outsider position, understanding that I came from being a pastor in New Testament Church of God, then coming into the Spiritual Baptist space, I honestly see the faith as one that is dependent on the leader. The color of the church or the expression of the church is based on the orientation. So if the leader is more Masonic, the church might be more Masonic, like here in Barbados. You see? If the church is more Kaaba, if the leader is more Kaaba, the church might be more Kabbalistic in its focus. If the leader has the worldview that the leader will have a strong impression on that local church. So therefore, the Spiritual Baptist faith is a dynamic, living organism. I say to my church, I am not a Christian. I don't want to be a Christian. I am a spiritual person on a spiritual journey to my Creator. Neither do I ask them to be fit in my mode or the mode of the Spiritual Baptist faith, because God is infinite and cannot be limited by the expression of any faith. So I teach that to my people, and that might be from my orientation. So the Spiritual Baptist faith is a unique, can I say animal? Is a unique organism. Is a unique organism.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers your question somewhat.
Well, very good. Yes, thank you.
Good. Thank you for the question. Now let's move on to our first presenter. This is Amu Babatunde Ibrahim, who is a researcher and educator and advocate for issues such as African values and cultural restoration. Are you ready, sir? All right. While he gets prepared, we can move on to the next presenter. This is Professor Kofi Asere Opoku, who is educated in the University of Ghana, Yale University Divinity School, University of Bonn, taught at the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana, and at institutions including Lafayette College. His publications include Speak to the Winds, Proverbs from Africa, West African Traditional Religion and Hearing and Keeping, Akan Proverbs. Let us warmly welcome Professor Kofi Opoku.
Am I on?
You are indeed. Loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. I fundamentally believe that we were and still are Africans before we became Ghanaians, Kenyans, South Africans, Barbadians, African Americans, or diasporic Africans. And I want to thank reverently Dr. Anthony Richards, who introduced me to Dr. Derek Murray, who has invited me to participate in this august conference. I recently came across a profound and ingeniously candid statement by a wise old man of African descent, and I have decided to use it as an essential framework for my presentation today. He said, and I quote, "When you have been educated by the same person who made you a slave," and I may add a colonial subject, "when you find yourself worshiping the same God of those who have tried and are still trying to destroy you, when you place your health in the hands of the same people who do not believe you have a right to exist as a cultural and civilizational group, you are simply advancing towards your own destruction." All this happens to us because the colonizer has become the definer of our values. End of quote. This singularly illuminating statement by the wise old man of African descent directly points to the relevance of African spirituality, which is at the very center of human existence as our ancestors understood it. We contemporary, many of us, our contemporaries, have failed our ancestors by not taking their beliefs and values seriously and diligently studying them and teaching them in our schools, in our homes. Rather, many of us have listened and taken in somewhat totally the distortions of our spiritual and cultural values by people who claim to possess the only truth, forgetting what our ancestors told us centuries and centuries ago, that the wise person does not say that he or she has the final word, but the fool insists. They also said about truth, truth is like a baobab tree, and one person's arms cannot embrace it. In other words, there's no human beings who has arms long enough to embrace a huge baobab tree. And if we are to succeed in surrounding the baobab tree of truth, we virtually have to hold hands. They also said every bird flies with its own wings. They also said you do not borrow someone else's teeth to smile. Smile with your own teeth. And lastly, the monkey, after copying everybody all the time, one day cuts his own throat. I have said earlier that spirituality is at the very center of life, according to our ancestors in Africa. I want to emphasize the fact that God did not turn his or her back to Africans, or that God did not scrupulously exclude Africans from his or her own divine dispensation and disclose his truth, his or her truth, to a few favored ones. One of the unblemished names for God among the Akan people of Ghana is Ochesui. Ochesui, the one divine being who distributes his or her gifts fairly, justly, equitably to all. And the spirituality of our ancestors took its authentic source from the same divinely luminous intelligence and creative imagination that guide the universe. Let me give you an example in the Akan concept of what the Akan call okra, which has often been hastily likened to the soul in Christian thought. But the soul differs from the okra in the sense that it is trapped in the body, it is in conflict with the body, and it is seeking release, or it is seeking to break out of captivity in the body. The okra of the Akan is none of these. The okra, the Akan believe, is a spark of Odumankuma Obadie, God, the creator of the universe, and all that is in it. It is the divine particle of God in humans that makes humans living beings. The okra is not a spiritual entity created apart from God. It shares one sacred, substantial identity with God. It is God living in the human body. The Akan people call a human being Okra Tiasifu, a divine being living on earth and having a human experience. The visual symbol of the okra in the Adinkra symbolism is this. I hope you can see it. And it is called Onyamibewu Numewu. I will die only if God dies. Since God does not die, the okra, which is the part of God in humans, does not die. The okra is eternal, immortal, and continues forever. A human being is not his or her body. A human being is an okra having an experience on planet Earth. A human being is an endlessly eternal being. The okra is life, which is indestructible. Life has no opposite. And death is simply the external gate or the exit gate through which life passes, and birth is the entry gate through which life enters to renew itself. Birth is the entry gate in, and death the exit gate out through which life passes to renew itself. By an assiduous observation, our ancestors received support for their philosophical observations about the okra from nature. The tree flowers, after the flowers come the fruit, the grain fruit. The grain fruit ripens, falls to the ground, rots, and comes up again. The same laws that operate in nature operate in us. The concept of the okra in humans provides a potent weapon against racism, discrimination, and feelings of superiority of some people to others. All humans have okra, and that means God is in every human being you meet. How can the God in me be superior or inferior to mine? If we briefly think about this, the implication of the concept of the okra for the unity of humans on planet Earth go deeper than merely singing, "In Christ there is no east or west." We may briefly turn our attention to African spiritual practices under attack, especially in contemporary times. The use of Adinkra symbols in the church is generally proscribed because, according to the church's teaching, these symbols originate from paganism or from the devil and have no place in modern Christian life. And yet these symbols represent our ancestors' spirituality. I said earlier that God did not turn God's back on Africans. And the wisdom in these symbols come, our ancestors believe, directly from the Creator. Recently, an elite church in the capital city of Accra, where their liberal thinking allowed them for years to have an Adinkra symbol called Jinyame, which a symbol which represents the omnipotence of God in their church. But recently, this is an elite church, the elite members of the church argued that the Adinkra symbol that I've shown you gives them spiritual discomfort. And so the church had no alternative but to remove the symbol of African spirituality from the church. Some governments have come and gone. Some governments have said that libation should not be poured on official occasions. And this argument continues to this day. Many people regard libation as a pagan ritual which has no place. And yet, in libation pouring, we call on the Creator, we call on Mother Earth, we call on all realities that are close to us and all realities that are very far from us. We call on rivers, mountains, everything. In other words, in pouring libation, we unite or we bring the whole of reality together to be involved in the ongoing activity. Now, another challenge has to do with traditional medicine. Traditional medicine, for some churches like the Presbyterian Church and so on, is kind of frowned upon as involvement in paganism and so on. And so sometimes church members have gone to pastors to seek permission to go to a herbalist or a medicine man or woman in time of sickness, which has not been able to be treated in the regular hospitals. Now, my own grandfather in 1862 was in a seminary, and he had a heart problem. So they took him to a village 6 miles away from our hometown, and he spent 6 months with an herbalist. And for 6 months, the herbalist did not allow him or permit him to drink water. He only drank a bitter, very bitter concoction for 6 months, and he recovered. Recently, searching on the internet for this particular medicine that my grandfather was given, I found that this particular plant called Strophanthus gratus, or climbing oleander, is the medicine that is being used today for heart failure. Now, in 1862, an African witch doctor, as the Europeans would call him, knew the medicine for heart failure. And of course, it was not in 1862 that this medicine man learned the medicine. He learned it from his ancestors, who goes way back to the beginning of time. Now, if my grandfather had not gone to this medicine man, I wouldn't be here talking to you in 2026. Now, another challenge has to do with some of the rituals we perform. For instance, fishermen who go fishing in Ghana always throw back some of the live fish into the ocean to thank the spirit of the ocean for giving them some food to eat, some fish. Now, they believe that if they give back some of the catch, then the spirit of the ocean will not begrudge them of his fish. Now, this is considered to be an expression of spirituality, offering a sacrifice to a non-existent God, according to the church. But it is simple ecological wisdom. The fish the fishermen throw into the ocean would continue to breed and provide fish for generations to come. It's merely symbolic gesture. And this expresses the belief in sustainability. In other words, since the fishermen have taken something out of the ocean, they must put something back. Farmers, by tradition, have religious or spirituality surrounding their farming activity. They won't go to the farm on Thursdays to honor Mother Earth. at least giving the earth a day of rest to replenish itself. Fishermen don't go fishing on Tuesdays because Tuesday is the day for the spirit of the ocean. And of course, if fishermen don't go fishing, they have one day of the week to rest and to mend their nets and so forth. Now, if we want to look for strategies for furthering African spirituality, one of the first things we can do, both in Africa and in the diaspora, is to research into African spirituality and teach it to our children and in our schools. We must write about it to make information, correct information about it, easily available. We must affirm it, for it has very few supporters. We must teach African languages in our schools and universities. We must study African names and the spirituality that goes with them. And we must also learn African proverbs and stories. They are our heritage. Even though our spiritual and cultural heritage have come under attack for centuries, we must always remember what our ancestors said: the scorching sun cannot erase the stripes of the zebra. Even though we have been indoctrinated for centuries, we still have our zebra stripes as Africans, and that should be the foundation and the stepping stones to our progress as a people. And lastly, our ancestors said, a person who is in touch with his or her origins is a person who will never die. I believe, my brothers and sisters, if we bear in mind the wisdom of our ancestors, it will serve as a guide as we pave our way into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very informative presentation, touching on what I will call Africa First perspective. You mentioned the colonizer as definer, inclusive of cultural and spiritual distortion. And what about ownership of truth? Why do we accept their story, their version of the things, as opposed to ours? It's important, you stress, for African unity to be the way forward out of this. We note that spirituality is at the center of African life, and that God is at the center of life, who is just, fair, and equitable. That may not be the experience of us all as peoples of the diaspora. But what is the place of Africa in modern Christian life? What about traditional practices, libation, traditional medicine, or various rituals that point to sustainability? Of course, you ended by indicating that education and passing on of the knowledge of ourselves is the important aspect here. So I'm going to invite any questions for you along those lines and offer you an opportunity to respond to any questions. Well, so comprehensive was your presentation that there are no questions. So we thank you very, very much.
Okay.
for your presentation today. And I offer you one last parting thought.
What?
All right. So then we can move to our next presenter, thanking you very much, who is Amu Babatunde Ibrahim, a Nigerian researcher, educator, and environmental safety advocate. He will touch on African values and cultural restoration. Are you ready, sir? Come ready.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Right, I'm glad to be here. Ekaleo, it is around 18 minutes past 8 here, 8 p.m. So I'll greet you in Yoruba. Shidadani Lewao. I hope everyone is okay. I hope everyone is good. I'm very glad to be part of this symposium, and serious and concerning issues have been raised that relate to restoring African pride, African values, African culture, traditions. Over the years that has been dwindling, and efforts have been made, but we have not really seen a whole lot of progress. I do not want to write off some of the progress that have been made. Personally, I've not really been impressed, but I am happy a whole lot of things have been done, and state governments in the southwestern part of Nigeria, predominantly occupied by Yorubas, are beginning to recognize traditional African religion, and that's a very important relief for us. For over 2 years now, we have seen state governments recognizing, not just recognizing by law alone, which has been a very important aspect of solutions, to recognizing African spirituality and African traditional religion and culture. They have also made important and significant pronouncements. And those pronouncements were not just made alone. Most of the governors took practical steps to set examples by putting on Adire Yoruba traditional attire and made it compulsory for civil servants within their states to also follow suit. And since then, we've seen a whole lot of people appreciating Yoruba culture, in essence, African culture and African traditions. But I want to speak to some of the key challenges and possible solutions. And these challenges are bedeviled the practices of African spirituality and African traditional religion, as the case may be. I find it very quite interesting, the take of the professor, where he emphasized strongly on colonial influence and the relegation of African traditional religion, in essence, African spirituality. The incursion of foreign religion into Africa. In Nigeria, for instance, Islam got to the northern part of Nigeria, coming in from Borno, that's in Gazaragamu, in the 9th century BC. Christianity arrived 1,000 years later in the 19th century. And the massive movement and spread of Christian religion was strong, powerful. They threw everything at it, everything. And it was also a very significant tool colonialism used to suppress Africa. Of blessed memory, Steve Biko said that the most important or the greatest tool by the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. And that's a very powerful quote from Biko, where he emphasized on African deliberate will to accept foreign religion, foreign culture, foreign traditions, foreign values, foreign norms, and jettison their ancestors' culture, their ancestors' tradition. As a result of that, we've seen relegation of African religion and African values. So we cannot rule out the influence of colonialism and the religious stigma that followed suit. I want to cite an example, a very significant example. When Oyo Empire fell, because of so many reasons, when Oyo Empire fell and Yoruba people in the forest zone of Katanga started spreading downward towards the ocean, they were being chased by the Fulani Muslims, and some of the few converts among the Yoruba people joined their ranks in an effort to dip the Quran into the sea, into the ocean, in what we now call Lagos. From Ibadan, Ijayi, Ilesha, Oshogbo, Ogbomoso, Ede, all the Yoruba traditional African warriors converged. They met at a conference. They resolved to combine forces, and they put stop to this Islamization. They were strong. They were fierce. It was in 1840. It was tagged Battle of Oshogbo. Until today, many of us that are historians are still very proud of African strength, African wisdom, and African will to stop and put an end to a very strong incursion into our land, into our life, into our culture. I pray one day we'll see so much strength as such to put an end to the scourge we are dealing with today. Colonialism and the religious stigma that came along with it came with demonization of African culture, of African religion, and of African value. And the attempt came along with European efforts to subjugate Africa, and they did that excellently well. In some other part of Africa, such as South Africa or southern part of Africa, many of the white people that came never left, and they are still there today. They laid claim to African lands. They discriminate against African people. They have better opportunities, and they have a significant economic control of these areas. But we are not just surprised alone. We tend to be powerless in the face of this scourge, and we need to really do something about it. In Nigeria, where I reside, there is a powerful influence coming from Christian religion and Islamic religion. They have very strong adherents. And citing an example, the Living Faith Christian Church, led by a Yoruba man, that's Pastor Yedepo, is currently building a massive church, and they named it the Ark. You know, is going to house 100,000 worshippers in one single gathering, the first of its kind. The current church has 50,000 capacity. And I can tell you on Sunday morning, sometimes where I reside in Lagos looks like a ghost town. Everywhere becomes quiet. The streets, all the churches, they're cut across the whole of the area and worship God. There is freedom of worship without doubt, and no one is going against that. But I have seen in my lifetime how this foreign religion have erased deliberately African norms, African values have deteriorated strongly. We now see where people could not even speak their traditional African language. And these same people still could not speak English language or any other foreign language. And there is this dilemma. They are neither here nor there. Because you abandoned your African culture and the foreign culture you are struggling to adopt, you still could not even understand this foreign culture. And we have millions of people in this category wandering, living without identity. Because our language is the lens through which we see our culture deeply and understand our ancestors and what they left behind for us. Legal and institutional marginalization is also contributing to the problem apart from the colonial influence. Colonialism came and gone, but some of the institutions and the stooges they left behind are still very powerful. They are laws that we adopt, their religion that we adopt, their culture that we adopt still have strong influence over how we think, how we relate with ourselves, how we deal with ourselves, and so on and so forth. Urbanization and strong generational disconnect is also a problem. We've seen massive migration and drift from traditional areas like Oyo, like Ede, Ogbomoso, Oshogbo, drifting downward towards Lagos. And these people often come and turn their backs, even when they were actually born in these areas, easily turn their backs against their culture. People that answers important names such as Ifayemi, Ifabunmi, Shangowale easily change their names to Isaac, to Isaiah, to Ezekiah, to Abraham, and so on and so forth. So answering foreign name is not the problem, but removing your traditional name that connects you to your root and your ancestor is a very bad idea. I answer the name Babatunde, which easily indicates that I did not know my grandfather. So all my family members sees me as my grandfather, and they have the sense of him returning to them. That is the way they see me. There are so many things, so many values, so many traditions, so many cultures that we have relegated, denigrated, devalued. So this massive urbanization and growth of big cities is gradually not just making our cities change, but it is making our culture disappear. Another is the loss of oral knowledge, which has been a very strong medium of transferring information across generations. And stories were told. In fact, families have special way and special pattern of telling the stories of their family to their children. And their children will tell it to their own children. And it has always been like that. That is why we have proverbs, cognomens, stories, messages in form of aroko, talking drums that we use to communicate by strong families, by kings. All of these things are disappearing. So our talking drum is not just to sing and dance alone. Sometimes when visitors are coming in to the king's palace, the talking drum is used to, once they beat it, it gives the king the information of whoever is coming in. When wars are fought and they go into battle, they use these drums to send messages. And also sending aroko, where you can use different kind of leaves, you can use different kind of elements. You can use sand, you can use leaves, you can use roots. And whoever is carrying the message wouldn't know what the message is all about. You take it to another village, you take it to another town. And once you get there, once you give it to them, they know what it means. In fact, within our family circle, when a child becomes troublesome at home, probably disturbing the mother or the father, they will send that child to another neighboring family within the neighborhood. Go and tell them, I want you to collect arodon from them. The child wouldn't know what arodon means, but once he gets there, they will find something for him to do and sit him down. He will not be able to disturb them because they are not his parent or her parent. So whatever instruction they give him or her, he will see them and follow that instruction. All of those things are gone today. We don't see them anymore. In fact, they are not online. They are not on Twitter. They are not, in fact, you cannot even see them in textbooks. So we see the decay of our values, decay of our norms. And this cut across almost every areas. Spirituality in African culture cut across every area. Even in marriage, there are rituals you perform when a woman is coming into a family. So there are things that is to be done to make sure that the coming of this new woman brings progress, brings success. And all of these things goes along with our tradition, goes along with our culture. They have now disappeared. So, and commercialization and misrepresentation of African spirituality today in modern time, we see many people coming in with different kind of interpretation of who Oshun is, of what Oshun is, who Shango is, or what Shango represent. Different accounts, different informations, misleading unsuspecting public who even want to show interest. All of these areas also need attention too. We need to look into them. We need to find a way to unify our mind, unify our thought, to present a strong and powerful direction. As a result of internal fragmentation, all of these things have thrived. So we need to put stop to it. And environmental degradation is another serious challenge. Many of our shrines, worship sites are disappearing, giving way to railway constructions, giving way to bridges, giving way to modern infrastructures. They can never be diversion because they never respect it. And they never give any damn about it. I'm sorry to say. It is painful and it is worrisome because this trend continues. Despite effort by local government, state government, federal government often do not care about many of these things. So it is quite important to speak out against it. So I will go into solutions now that we can look into so as to mitigate many of these challenges. It is quite important to have a legal reform. Why can't traditional religion, traditional African spirituality be recognized, be given the same respect as they give Christian religion and Islamic religion? It is quite important for traditional African worshippers to move freely so that they won't be discriminated against, so that they won't be relegated. It is important for government to recognize traditional African worshippers. Also, documentation projects, which have begun in essence, but it has not been given decent recognition by stakeholders. Oral tradition is very strong, is very, very powerful, but academic scrutinization have often recognized challenges whereby several informations are added to stories. Sometimes there are deductions, sometimes there's modification. So when it is documented, when it is recorded, then we can be able to rely on something more verifiable and something more trustworthy. I personally do not believe that stories told orally could be tampered with, purposely because of the pattern and the method of teaching it. Among the Yoruba people that I am from, we have a way of educating ourselves. We were not illiterate. The only thing we didn't do, we didn't pen down informations by writing them. But our method of learning, right from till you grow old and die, because of constant recitations, time to time, year in, year out. So it is quite very difficult. And that explains how Ifa corpus survived for thousands of years. So documenting oral tradition, documenting proverbs, documenting cognomens is actually very important for us to have records and for us to be able to archive many of these records so that generation unborn can have easy access to them. And we need to learn from countries like China, Japan, Korea, how they make their language very important to them. Because one of the reasons why this African culture is dwindling is because of foreign languages. Our language is very critical. We hide everything. History, our values, our norms, they are all hidden in our language, in our proverbs. Proverbs that relates to the forest, proverb that relates to animals, proverb that relates to human being. And plants are also very, very important. In Yoruba culture, you don't touch the plant or any kind of plant when it is late night. That is how respectful the culture is. You don't harass the forest. You don't rape the forest. There is a huge respect for it. We get our healing from it. We get several treatment from it. We get our food from it. What is happening today, the disappearance of biodiversity, the disappearance of animals in the forest, the hunting and gaming and everything, cities springing up, it is affecting our culture, it is affecting our tradition, and it is affecting our way of life, and even our identity. So all of these things are painful, they are worrisome, and we need to give it better attention. We only have few cultural sites that have been recognized by UNESCO. We need more. There are so many other areas, very strong and powerful cultural sites that have not been recognized. All of these things so that our people can understand how significant our spirituality is. Ogun, Shango, Oya, Obatala, Egungun, all of them have their roles in our life, in our existence, in our identity, in our culture, in our tradition. We tell them in stories, we divine them in the course of consultations. And they all have their place. So I am very touched, and I am hoping that we'll have positive change. I'm hoping that our people will wake up. I'm hoping that it is not too late for us to turn a new leaf and revisit all of these things. It is where we came from. They are who we are. We are lost without them. And we really need to give it serious thought and attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, in both presentations, we had the challenges presented to us. First presentation, the answer was some form of education. In this presentation, we note that Islam we've had since the 9th century, Christianity since the 19th century, which pushed their version of Christianity and relegated African values somewhat to the background. To make matters worse, we have evangelical Christianity taking up a significant space. So my question to both presenters so far, and indeed to all of you, that's the what. The question is, how do we fix this? What's the how going forward? What are the practical solutions to reversing these challenges? Any takers from presenters or audience? All right, we have a comment here in the chat. Let's see if I can read it to you directly. Interesting question. If African spirituality was so great, so powerful, then why were African people conquered and enslaved? Why didn't African spirituality and African gods protect, save our people? Why should we return to them? Provocative question. I'll take any answers. If African spirituality, African spiritual technology is so powerful, so strong enough to sustain Africa for generations, why did the colonizers, the enslavers, why did they win?
Yeah. May I come in?
Of course.
Yeah. Why did the colonizers conquer us? Now, the colonizers conquered us physically because they had more effective weapons, raw power. They had the raw power to conquer us. But that is not the only part of human life. In other words, our spirituality as a people that enables us, to cope with life. Yes, they may have conquered us physically, but they didn't conquer us spiritually. Of course, you can say that the emergence of all these churches all over Africa, Christian churches, shows that traditional religion is over, but it is not over. Even those people who call themselves Christians mix a lot of things into their Christianity. So merely conquering force alone is not something to be worshipped or to be respected just because you have physical force. You must use your spiritual and cultural values to live your life. So we may have been conquered physically, but that was not all. If you take the Ashanti people, for instance, in Ghana, some time ago, the British wanted to capture their golden stool so that the governor could sit on. Well, this was a sacred stool, and not even the king could sit on it. But what happened was the British wanted through force to get it. The Ashantis hid it. Of course, in that last war of 1900, the Ashantis were conquered, were physically conquered. And so the Ashantis could be said to have lost the war. But according to the Ashantis, they won the war because their golden stool, which is the soul of the Ashanti nation, remained with them. So there are two ways of seeing it. But as far as the Ashantis were concerned, they were not conquered because their golden stool is there. And the golden stool, of course, is an expression of the spirituality of the people because they believe that all the souls, the collective souls of the people, are in this stool that came from the heavens.
Okay, thank you. I hope that answers the question somewhat. You mentioned raw power, but I think we want to be mindful that power operates on many fronts at once. There's physical power, there's economic power, there's a whole, we're fighting on many fronts all at once.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, come in.
Sorry to interrupt. I want to also add to what the prophet said regarding the question. Africans were conquered easily, primarily because Africans lived in fragmented societies. Europeans, apart from what the Prof said in terms of the powerful weapon they came with, Europeans came with stronger force, united, but Africans were living in different communities. Let me cite an example of how what became Nigeria today, how it was conquered. It was conquered easily because they were moving from Eko, which became Lagos, to Epe, to Ikorodu, to Ijebu-Ode, to Ilesha, to Iperu. All of these are smaller communities. They didn't combine forces to resist the European power. No, they could not, because that was how we lived then. There was no large city or large town. No, they were living in smaller enclaves, and they were conquered one after the other. That explains why many of all of these areas, there were different periods and different years when Europeans conquered them. And having been conquered, treaties were signed for them to be subjugated. So it is very difficult to overrule the importance of science. It is very difficult, importance of science, because Europeans were able to achieve this feat because they have the cannons, they have Matilda guns, they have Winchester, they have automatic weapons, which were aliens to African warriors, African fighters. In fact, during this period, many African fighters were still fighting with bows and arrows. Only very few of them have access to Dane guns. So we have seen Europeans in Asia, and somebody asked questions about why do we need to look at China? We really need to look at China. We can learn from the success of other countries that Europeans attempted to colonize and failed, mentally and psychologically. China is a very good example. Japan is a very good example because they picked everything that was good about the European and retained everything, almost everything, that is good about their own culture, their language. We've seen several Chinese presidents. We have never seen anyone that answers David amongst them, or Japanese prime minister. We have never seen anyone that answers Isaiah amongst them. We've never seen anyone that answers Roosevelt amongst them. We've never seen it. They answered Mao Zedong, Xi Jinping, Wen Jiabao, Hu Jintao. Those were their names that connects to their culture, connects to their traditions.
Okay,
their medicine, their culture, their values, and everything. So where we can learn from, we should learn from there, because those were the areas we are lagging behind. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that answer. We'll pass on to the next presentation because we still have a few more to do and lots of questions to pose and answer. So we move on now to Simon Mitambo, who's a Kenyan Earth Jurisprudence practitioner and CEO of the Society for Alternative Learning and Transformation, co-founder of Kithino Learning Center. Are you on, sir?
Yes, I'm on, and I was actually raising my hand to say something about the question about how we were conquered.
Well, you can add that in, but
I
very briefly.
remember one. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, you can answer that question in your way, but very
What do you
briefly.
say? Okay. Yeah. Very briefly, I remember one time Lord Macquarie went around India and also Africa, and he was sent by the British to come and check how they can colonize these people. And when he came back, he said that I've went around the breadth of those areas, and one thing I saw is people who are very united around their spirituality, their beliefs, people who are very cohesive around everything that they were doing. And the answer to how these people can be conquered was to come and tell them anything that they believe in, anything that they know is inferior, is backward, and is of low use. And I think that narrative still continues even today. If you come down to how everything has been presented, even right now, even today, why sometimes we find that we feel that they keep that pace is because we are bought into those narrative that anything African, anything that we know is of low use. That is why they called our deans witchcraft, And that witchcraft is what now, the kind of spirituality we are talking about was seen as witchcraft and something that has of no value. And we still believe in that, and you will not find most of us working on promoting this kind of witchcraft. Anyway, let me also say that I don't know if that makes sense, but I think for me,
Yeah, we seem to be
I'm
having a.
coming internet problem.
I think we
Is it?
perhaps missed a little bit of what you were saying.
Let me try to put out my video, maybe. It might probably help. I don't know. I'm stopping my video to see if maybe it is interrupting my internet.
Okay, that might be helpful.
So I was, I was saying that I'm not coming really to this space as a scholar of this subject, but I'm really coming here as someone who has been working largely with my community, where I am to go back to my roots within the intersection of indigenous knowledge systems, working with the sacred national sites, our biocultural territory, and through that, I hope to bring some level of continental perspective on what it takes to defend, transmit, and legally protect our ancestral spirituality and the governance systems under pressure. So I come from a community around Mount Kenya in eastern Kenya called Tharaka. It's an indigenous community. It's a sub-tribe of Winder Meru community that live around that mountain. And you know, Mount Kenya is one of the key sacred sites in that region that governs how we understand our cosmology, how we view our worldview, and it determines so many things that we do in terms of defining our directions, in terms of defining the way we bury our people and all that. And very interestingly, this being a sacred site, of course, is a place of great cultural and spiritual and ecological importance. And just to the Raka people and also other communities that live around that mountain. And what happens again, this question of conquering. When the colonial people came, they told the people who live around that mountain that God does not live in the mountain. God lives in heaven. And so the whole business of protecting this mountain, of not going to the mountain and respecting all that, does not exist. So God lives in heaven. And this kind of colonial rupture is very similar to what I see when our people here in Africa were taken as slaves and they were disconnected. It is the same rupture. So the same rupture we experience by losing our connectedness to the sacred mountain that we held together as a point of where our God thrives, became the center of how we started losing our traditions and how we began to get into the challenges that we are experiencing. So, and through this also, the same rupture has also led to, and probably when our forefathers went into the forest to fight the colonialism, of which I think we won because the colonialists still want to live, because the religion that they trying to bring to us, if you visit their places, they really know it. except that it is moving and going very fast in Africa. So when we got the independence, really, it was the flag that we got, and the elite of our times, our government itself continued to undermine our traditions and all that. In fact, in the Kenyan constitution, even after reviewing our constitution, you'll find that an act of 1925 on witchcraft still is etched in our constitution, 2010. And this kind of thing really has led to so many challenges that we see. It has made even our own government, even the kind of law that we have written, says that if the customary law, for example, the law that is not written, the law that defines how we relate with our natural environment, with the nature, and the other, our ancestors, that law is right as much as it does not contradict the conventional law, which was borrowed from outside. And so you find that some of these laws, just like in the Caribbean, they are also criminalizing and stigmatizing our traditions. And I think this has continued to see that the way we have also dealt with our elders, and the way we have treated our elders and the other people who are the custodians of this spirituality, has really made it also very worse, because in many communities in Africa and elsewhere, these elders who are otherwise the custodians are seen as people who are illiterate, people who practice witchcraft. The other day, we are in the communities in the coast, killing the elders, saying that they are still practicing that. Instead of appreciating those elders, they kind of take them like they are people who are of no much help. And so you see that through this, in 2013, I've been traveling to many places, and I was touched by how the indigenous communities across the group are really trying to go back to root, to think about how we can bring back these traditions before they are lost. And through story, we have seen that the community we are working with trying to bring back some of these things. And because when we talk of a spirituality, for me, it is how things are connected to each other. It is very much around how our governance, how do we see these practices as part of governance than just like in beliefs that we need to really try to maybe to condone or to keep and that kind of thing. But we don't see it as part of our governance systems, as part of our livelihood systems. And so through that, like I was saying, that it is a governance, not just a belief. It is something that we need to strengthen and even call for legal recognition for it. And again, also, it is something that should also be transmitted into the future through our young people, because they hold the future for this. And at the same time, to say, find ways through which some of these traditions can be taken forward, either through festivals, through storytelling, music and dance, and other things like that. And where possible, try to promote legal reform by removing those colonial residues. So, and I think it is also very important that we dive deep into this subject, because we need to understand the holistic meaning of these traditions. For example, when we come back to community to revive our sins and food, our ancestral sins and food, it does not only stop at food that is nutritious for us, but also something that also connects us with our ancestors. How to see it? Sin is usually very sacred, for example. It is something that is very meaningful. It is something that we need for ritual. So it connects very directly with the practice of our rituals, and it becomes very important. The other thing is that this time around, there is also this interest. There is a good interest in understanding these traditions. And I'm also happy that some of the universities these days are now teaching some of these things. And I think that is why we should also capture this chance. And the way it is evolving is also a good thing. And like now, we can use our social media to come.
I think we might have lost you again. You still with us? All right, we'll have an opportunity for you to continue your presentation or indeed respond to any questions. What we will do now then is move on to our final presenter. Thereafter we can have some questions. So we move now to Safari Baleka from the American Global African Reparatory Justice Strategist, Afro-descendant, theocratic special envoy extraordinary, and High Chancellor of Lineage and Ancestral Return. Are you ready for us, sir?
Yes, Choso.
I should also mention,
thank you.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
No, go ahead. You were going to say something, then I'll start.
I was going to mention that on top of your very high-profile record, you're also a world-class swimmer.
Yes, it's true. It also is related to spirituality, but I won't get into that right now.
Right. Time is of the essence,
I
so
do
we'll
want.
take your presentation right away.
Thank you. I'm happy to return. I apologize for my abrupt exit yesterday due to technical issues. This is a fascinating conversation. Apparently, my question generated some interest, right? If African spirituality was so great, so powerful, then why were African people conquered and enslaved? Why didn't African spirituality and African gods protect and save our people? Why should we return to them? That is essentially the question. Now, some of our great thinkers, people like Sheikh Anta Diop, Credo Mutwa, Chancellor Williams, others, they talked about this golden era of African spirituality that predated the first dynasty in Kemet and then ended at the downfall of the Old Kingdom. The evidence of it are all of the things that we've been gifted with that survive today, right? The Medu Neter, the pyramids, the science, astronomy, technology, all of those things that we credit our great ancestors for gifting to civilization, okay? So we are on sound footing when we say, all right, when we're talking about African spirituality and we want to learn the lessons of the past, practice Sankofa, go back to our roots and get it, we're on sound footing by looking at our spirituality as articulated in Kemet, didn't start in Kemet, right? but it was articulated in such a way that even thousands of years later, we have it as a great resource. Now, I want to kind of make you understand my approach to this topic. And in order to do that, I've got to tell this story. There was a boy, a child, who was about 8 years old. He was on his way to the market with his mother. This is around 1755, 1760, in that time period. He was going on the Rio Nunche with his mother to the market, and he was ambushed and attacked and captured and brought to the coast where there was a fort built at Cacheo. And after being put in shackles in prisons at that fort in Cacheo and witnessing rape, branding, starvation, was put on a ship and then went on a 6-week journey in the bottom of this ship with men, women, children from other places in the territory that didn't speak his language. And they were all brought to Charleston, South Carolina. And that was the beginning of what has now been called the gravest crime against humanity. Against all odds, that boy grew into adulthood and had a son. And they were forbidden to play their drums, speak their language, practice their culture. They were only allowed to work from sun up till sundown until they died. That boy who grew into manhood had a son, who 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 had a son that was born in a place called Boulder Hill in Oswego, Illinois. They were the only Black family in that white community. They were the first Black family in that white community. So you could imagine this boy growing up and seeing all these people in a society that do not look like him. That boy's mother, a descendant of slaves taken from Yoruba people in Nigeria, had been raised in a Catholic school. So she brought her son, this little child, to a Catholic church in this all-white community. And of course, this child reacted very negatively to that. Couldn't sit still, was not interested in what was happening in that space. That boy's father was not interested in religion, did not go to church, not really interested in politics, was only interested in mathematics. The parents divorced, and the boy was raised by his father. Eventually went to Yale University, right? So like Professor Opoku, was miseducated by the Yale University system. And at that time, had an identity crisis. That child had a name. First name was a Spanish name, his middle name was a Hebrew name, and his last name was an English surname. And that Black child looked in the mirror and said, why do I have a Spanish first name, a Hebrew middle name, and an English last name when clearly I am Black, so I must come from Africa? And like most other Black people in America, similarly situated, there's this calling, this return to Africa. We know we come from Africa, but we don't know where. Something is missing in our life, and we experience this as a spiritual condition. And so that is where this question originates, from that perspective. That child who was completely suffered ethnocide, the destruction of his natural African identity, was completely taken from his culture, his language, his spirituality, his natural birthright. Ask the question, why? What kind of God would allow this? And if what Chancellor Williams and Sheikh Anta Diop and Credo Mutwa and all these great thinkers were saying about how great African spirituality is or was, if so, then why were we conquered and enslaved? Why didn't African spirituality and African gods protect our people? Why should we return to them? If African spirituality is to recover and take its rightful place, it's going to have to provide compelling answers to that question and then reverse the condition. So I confess, I was a little bit disappointed when we said, well, we took the short view, as if this problem started with the Europeans coming into Africa, and then say, well, they had better weapons. If we are to, in a very simple-minded way, accept that, then that is an argument against African spirituality. It says that materialism, militarism, is what we should be studying if we want power and to regain our place in the world. That is more powerful than our gods. I don't accept that answer. My studies took me back to the origin of the problem. If there really was an African golden age of African spirituality, why did it fall? And my answers to that begin with understanding that during the Old Kingdom, right, in Kemet's early golden ages, spirituality was an exact science of self-mastery. The initiates underwent decades of training to silence their emotions and tame their lower animal nature. Over millennium, the high spiritual standards of the priesthood began to slacken. The spiritual system gradually shifted from a science of inner transformation to a system of externalized ritual religion and fortune telling. The consequence was that instead of cultivating the actual power of the higher spheres, the divine part of our existence, people and rulers began relying on the lower intellect, which on the Kemetic tree of life we call the Sebek sphere. What this means is that superficial religious compliance became the practice, instead of this rigorous science of self-mastery. At that time, they thought that performing the rituals perfectly was enough, forgetting that true spiritual protection requires absolute purity of mind and spirit. The Old Kingdom generational wealth and systemic comfort bred complacency. The collective consciousness slipped from the highest spiritual spheres down to the lowest spheres. And when a society begins to value material opulence and worldly prestige over the rigorous spiritual cultivation, it loses its spiritual armor. While Kemet intended to civilize and uplift its people, right? What happened was that internal decay lowered the vibration and put cracks in the spiritual shield of our people. And it was those cracks that were exploited when the Hyksos first came into North Africa, when the foreigners came into North Africa. And, excuse me, there's some feedback. I think it's Vernon. You can mute yourself.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So The problem originated with our own spiritual complacency that allowed foreigners to come in. Had that not happened, those foreigners would not have been able to create the damage that it did. That's the origin of this spiritual problem. Those foreigners brought with it their own lower Sebek intellect, their own religion, their own things that ultimately, as Babatunde had mentioned, initiated the fragmentation of our societies. That fragmentation ultimately allowed the Arab trans-Saharan slave trade. Had we maintained that inner spiritual discipline, our people would not have been susceptible to that violence and brutality that spread from East Africa across North Africa into West Africa. That foreign, low vibration spiritual religion weakened those West African societies, fragmented them. There was no spiritual protective shield strong enough to what? Defeat the weapons of the Europeans when they came, which allowed the what? Transatlantic trafficking of my great-great-great-great-great-grandfather and all those ancestors. This is related to yesterday's topic when we talk about, right, what are the spiritual traditions of the diaspora that can now impact West Africa. Those of us who suffered the ethnocide and stripped of it, we are the ones searching for what is the greatness in African spirituality that allowed us to give civilization to humanity. We believe it. We are the ones seeking it. We are the ones that are lost in language, so we are trying to regain it. We value it. Whereas when you come to Africa, people, they want to what? Learn English and French because they want what? The material comforts of a good job. That same materialism that weakened our people in that spiritual golden age. We would rather spend time going to schools where we learn, right, how to what? Have good jobs in a foreign system than to actually say, yes, our spiritual practices are more valuable and we need to spend more time cultivating them. So all these piecemeal suggestions, yes, we need to document this, and yes, we need to, yes, all of that is necessary. But if we don't learn the overall lesson, that the reason that we are in this condition today, the reason that we once had a golden age of African spirituality and we don't now, is because of our own internal slackness. And if we are not living it and practicing it in our households today, where we spend more time training our spiritual cultivation, and most people don't even know what that looks like because the foreign religions come in, they teach, oh, just pray, have a prayer life, that kind of thing. That is one of the weakest and lowest things on the spiritual practice continuum, for reasons that can be explained scientifically.
You
I'll wrap
a very
it up.
convincing case, but we are a little pressed for time.
Okay, I'll just wrap it up with this.
Yes, please. Thank you.
One final statement, 1 minute. The real solution is this. Until we have a political unity, some form of united African states that can set the continental curriculum, which then prioritizes all of our spiritual practices, trainings, and all of those things. If we had that in one generation, we could have one lingua franca for the entire continent that is African. We could prioritize the various things that lead to the development of African spirituality over foreign materialism. None of our brilliant ideas are going to solve our problems unless they can be implemented continentally. And that can't happen until we have one government that is sufficiently respected and has enough sovereignty to set those continental policies. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very stimulating indeed. Now, Simon, we lost you due to technical reasons a little earlier, and I know that you have one point you wanted to make.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry very much for the internet. Really, it's also running late here in Kenya. It's getting almost to midnight. I just wanted to have a few parting shot or talking point. One, I wanted to
As briefly as you can.
Yeah, one I wanted to part short with this thing about why we should talk more about this, especially on rapture. I was saying that when we community in Kenya, we lost our reverence to Mount Kenya. That disconnection has really cost us as much as it has cost everyone. We are discussing this issue of spirituality because we all disconnected in one way or another. And for me, this is like two halves of one world. Whichever way we have all lost and we are trying to revive, we are trying to come back, whichever way. And in solidarity, I wanted to share that this is very, very important. On land and cosmology, I was also saying that we, here in Kenya, especially in Tharaka, we are fighting for the ground of the sacredness, trying to see, like what the other presenter was talking about, that these sacred sites, they are point where we connect with the ancestors, they need also to be recognized. But also, we need to keep rooted to our ground, to our practice, whichever way we relate with our ancestors and our spirituality. The other point is also about legitimacy. I think for me, from this discussion, it is not about how we are practicing this thing correctly, but it is a question of whether this kind of practice, this kind of protection of our traditional governance is giving us better governance and also giving us the right relationship with our ancestors and also our community. And the question on, maybe to say my call for action is also to say that we need to treat these traditions as our governance systems, worthy legal recognition, and not just private brief that are worthy tolerating. Then secondly, I wanted to say that we need to build more bridges between the continent, Africa especially, and also diaspora, between we the Raka people here in Kenya, and also Banandos, between our elders and young people. This is how we can take this forward. And lastly, I wanted to say that we need to document in our own terms so that this is taken forward. I want also to appreciate Diana, who introduced me to this process when we met in Kenya recently through AIDO International. And thank you everyone for the opportunity. And sorry for the interruption of the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, you've actually started the ball rolling as answers to my question, which I'll put to each presenter, who will have a minute and a half to respond. What concrete, practical solutions could realistically be advanced within the next 5 years? You've very clearly outlined the challenges. However, we are interested in some practical solutions as to, or path forward. So first up is our first presenter, Amu Babatunde. Practical solutions that can be implemented over the next 5 years. If he's not ready, then we'll take Professor Kofi Opoku. You'll have to unmute. Professor, you'll have to unmute.
Hello.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah. the first thing we need to do is to change our minds about ourselves. And that means Africa has not always been downtrodden or defeated by other people. The whole of humanity has its origins in Africa. Africans built the pyramids. Africans in Egypt started science, technology, all these things the West claims to have originated. Whatever the Greeks learned about science and technology, they got from the Egyptians who were like us, you and me. The Europeans have tried to hide that fact. But everything started in Africa, and history moves. History doesn't stand at one place. The Egyptians ruled the world, or Africans ruled the world from time immemorial. Everything about human civilization. To give you an example, even the talking drums, if there had been no talking drums, there wouldn't have been any telephone. Okay? And so the Egyptians, who were black Africans, taught the Greeks, who in turn passed it on to the Europeans. And so we have not always been in this position. So if you take a defeatist attitude and fold our arms, we must know that we started, empires come and go. History doesn't stay in one place. Where are the ancient Egyptians? Okay, where are the ancient Greeks? Where are the ancient Romans? Where is the British Empire? Whatever. History moves in circles. At one time, the richest man who ever lived in this world was Mansa Musa, the emperor of Mali. And of course, there were empires and so forth. Modern archaeology is helping us to discover things Africans have made. But because we have allowed ourselves to be paralyzed by European propaganda, we have almost given up. But we should not. I mean, spirituality doesn't mean the ability to even go to the moon or fly to, Spirituality is the engine that determines your culture. Those who came as conquerors were rapacious people who committed so many crimes. But just because they had power, our ancestors said a good person does not take what does not belong to him. People can claim God gave the land of the Canaanites to the Israelites, and this has been the blueprint. Many people from Europe have believed that the lands of the world were given to them by God, and that mentality still remains today. But our spirituality, which is open and more humane, made us welcome visitors. We did not know. They came with a different ideology. They came to steal, they came to conquer, they came to rape and plunder. But that's not a good expression of spirituality. That is plain wickedness. So I want us to believe that we have not always been in this position. We have ruled the world before. Of course, many of the achievements of Africans, even up to this date, are not publicized in the big presses around the world. Why? Nobody would believe that this Zoom that we are using was invented by a Black American woman, Marian Crook. She made it possible for this to happen. Nobody mentions it. So I want us to be clear in our minds that we are not a defeated people. Our spirituality has enabled us to withstand the harshest treatment or genocide in human history. We're still here. If people were not afraid of us, they wouldn't be doing the things they are doing to us. So we must know that raw power and the ability to cheat and so on are not examples that people should follow. Our spirituality can guide us in a different direction. And that's why we are pleading for our spirituality to be restored and to be respected so that we can prove ourselves. Now, Marcus Garvey said that the black skin is not a badge of shame, but a glorious symbol of national greatness. We are a great people. As I've referred to the Okra of the Khan, you are God. you are God share the same identity. And so, of course, your name is not Maxwell or Solomon or this. What do you have to do with that? Your name is Kofi Kwame Ama Kwesi Efua and so on. That is the name of the part of God in you. Our ancestors believed that God was in them and they shared the same identity. What an explosive idea. So
Very
when
strong.
we call for going back to African spirituality, all we are saying is enabling us to discover ourselves, to discover how great we are. Nobody is greater than us.
Very, very strong points, passionately made. Thank you. Simon, practical solutions on the way forward?
Yeah. For me, I think what I can say is that the single barrier and something that we need to sort out is in infrastructure, not interest, because we have seen a lot of interest with this. What we need is their infrastructure. And for me, the infrastructure here is to look for the missing elders. We need elders who understand this spirituality, who are custodians of this, and we need to create space for them. And we need also to connect with our land and also to have the legal recognition for this spirituality and to avoid those cases of criminalizing. We need our community structures to receive this interest. We need to bring together our people to discuss, to dialogue, how we can bring back our true education, how can we bring back our ancestral seats, how we can bring back our self-governance, and how we can weave all this together in a territorial kind of a situation. I think that way is when we can truly say we have our spirituality, and spirituality is driving our decision making, and all that go with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Siferi, a parting shot from you? The way forward?
The way forward is to convene a process that will lead to the United African States, that will be able to harness the collective resources, human and raw, of Africa and her people, both at home and abroad. With that aggregated sovereignty, those with the best solutions concerning African spirituality can bring them, and policies and laws can be implemented so that in one generation time, African spirituality is the dominant religious teaching amongst African people, those at home and those abroad.
Okay, agreed. What's the first baby step? Because it'll take a little longer than 5 years.
Well, not necessarily. You see, when you have been awakened in your consciousness, and we have this vibration, and we're seeing it all across Africa, especially amongst the young people, for example, in the Sahel region, right? Sovereignty rests with the people. The people can decide, just like, to use a poor example, within the United States, we can have a continental Congress that can last months because we are aware that we have a common destiny. And if we don't do this, our fragmentation, as Babatunde had mentioned, our continued fragmentation, which is the reason why we're in the condition today, will make us susceptible to today's forms of neocolonialism. We can wake up from this tomorrow and decide to convene a grand forum of the African Unionists. We don't depend on the current political structure and heads of state to do it because they don't have the sovereignty. The sovereignty is in the people. We can convene such a continental Congress, make it happen, and when it's supported by the African people themselves, they have the power to defeat anybody that will try to stop it. Can it happen in 5 years? It must. Because if we don't do this by 2030, all of these new forms of neocolonialism, whether it's coming from China, whether it's coming from artificial intelligence, whatever it is, right? There is a cause and effect consequences to us continuing in our fragmentation. So as the previous speaker said, if we're defeatist in our mind, if we accept that it can't be done in 5 years, it won't. How many years is it going to take? If we say 25, 50 years, all right, well, then we need to start by putting aside all the other conversations concerning Pan-Africanism and say, look, the overriding thing is political unity. Only then can we organize our economies to support the suggestion of making space for the elders. Only then can we organize our economies to create institutions of traditional African science where we can document and catalog every scientific practice, where we know why we do the rituals. It's not enough to just know what the ritual is. As we've already learned and I've already recalled, if you don't know why, if you don't know the cause and effect mechanism, if you don't know why this was started in the first place, all you know is we just do it because it's tradition, we won't win. We have to, those institutes need resources. Those resources can only come from what? Government policies. And those government policies have to be continental. I yield.
A call for a Grand Pan-African Forum, a continental congress by 2030. The call has been issued. We're going to be moving to the last lap, and we're hearing now from Vernon Rex Archibald Taylor Jr. Baba, are you on? Over
Can
to
you
you.
hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening. And I'm sorry this Congress is over. We need to do it for a month every day. The gentleman that spoke and said that we were not always the conquered people, I salute you. Not only Egypt, but a lot of us don't know that the first emperors of Europe were Africans. We've always been leaders. We've always had kings and queens. We've always had priests, Aragbas, Babalaos, or Wishes. We always had those things. As far as one of the gentlemen who wanted to know why our gods failed us, they didn't fail us. We are the only people in the world today that were slaved, mistreated, raped, murdered, burned alive, whatever you want to use. In whatever Caribbean country or the United States you want to use, that's what happened. We are here. We made it. We stayed. We endured. We can feel it. So we can do whatever it is that we need to do to move forward. But we got to do it together. And forget about the I. Forget about the me. It's about we and who we are. And what we can do with each other. So my opinion is that I thank that brother, because I still wear the eye of Horus that my father gave me when I was 15 years old. And they were Masons. I still say prayers and chants to help me find myself when I feel like I'm getting lost. So I just want to thank Dr. Murray and all of you brothers and sisters who allowed me to listen to you. And especially the sister that spoke about the ancestral worship in places. And we need to define those places to make sure we can do our ancestral prayers there for our ancestors in whatever type that we know that where we come from. In Africa, it was done. We need to be able to do that. But the only way we can do that and get respect from government is we do it all together. You know, assalamu alaikum to all of my Muslim brothers. Alafia to all of my Yoruba brothers. Hola to all of my Spanish brothers. Buenas tardes to all of my Spanish brothers. Good evening to all of my English-speaking brothers and sisters. Whether it be in the church with Jesus Christ or would it be Allah or Olodumare, please let us do it together so we can worship all our ancestors together, because that's what our most important thing is. I'm just going to give you an example. There was a picture called the Black Panther. And in that picture, he went back to ask his father why. We can do that. We haven't lost all of our energies or powers. Olodumare is still there. Olorun is there. The sun comes out every day. The moon comes out at night in different parts of the world. We didn't lose, we lost our place with God for one reason or another. And some people want to say, well, that's why we became slaves and they conquered us. But we made it through the night. We are okay. We're not lost. We just are finding ourselves again. Hi, my brother, how you doing? We have different accents and come from different islands in this diaspora in this side of the world, but we still brothers. We have to act like it, not only preach it, we have to act like it. I was raised in New York. I forgot what the Swahili term was. It was something like J. Jomowa, which means hands across the water. It was something like that. But I wish you all the best. I hope we can meet again and talk. And I understand the brother that said about God leaving us. He didn't leave us. Something happened. And since I'm not God and we're not God, we don't know what happened up there. But for your information, my brother, he brought us out. God brought us out. You can go to a Baptist church and hear these brothers and sisters sing their songs to God. You don't go any place else in the world and hear or feel that type of energy. Why? Because we are always close to God anyway. Anyway, he didn't turn his back on us. We just made some mistakes maybe. And by the way, please tell anybody from Europe to build you a pyramid. Tell them to do it. They can go to space. They're going to the moon. They want to go here and there, but they can't build a pyramid that was built thousands of years ago. Like architects, there were no Jewish people pulling stones. Don't be ridiculous. Look at what we've done in the world. And the brother mentioned different things that we have invented. The first person to fix somebody's heart was a black person. Who did heart transplant was a black person. That's just one thing. There's so many other things that we have done. But anyway, Dr. Murray, I thank you for allowing me to express myself. I just came back from the cemetery where thousands of Barbadians and Jamaicans and Caribbeans are buried that built the canal because the other people died because they couldn't make it. So they sent and got people who could withstand malaria. That was us. And we got patties and plantain thoughts and pineapple thought and souse and all of these other things that only slaves were allowed to eat. We got all of these things today because of these people. And we do have a shrine inside the cemetery dedicated to those people, because that's what that sister was talking about. So maybe we need to get together with some of us Panamanians over there. And I'm an honorary Barbadian, by the way. I've been going there since 1994. I came there with Dr. Ben, my father, Senator Stewart, and myself in 1994 to the UN conference. And I've been going back ever since. I like Barbados. There's something spiritual there for me. There's something there that eases my mind and my energy. And I wasn't born there. I was born in Panama and raised in Brooklyn. I would like to finish by saying, Mojuba Olodumare, Mojuba Olodu Moyo Olofi, Moyo Akodash, Zahara, no Tiko Laba, Imbeleso Olodumare. Ibae, all black Barbadians. Ibai, all black Trinidadians and Jamaicans, and Ibai, all of those people who died coming over here into slavery. Ibai, that means all praises due to them, because it's because of them that we're here. It's because of them that some of us have titles and can speak on TV and have businesses, etc., etc., etc. Ibai all babalocha yalocha luo baolao. Awishe, Aragba, la timbele solugumare. Ialocha and babalochas, la timbele solugumare. I asked Baba Olodumare, I asked Baba Ifa Olumila to open our doors to the good and close them to the bad. I asked them to walk in front of us, behind us, and beside us so that we can bless and be protected by us always. I asked them to give us health and long life. I asked them to give us spiritual, mental, and economical development. I asked us to give us love and happiness. I asked us to give us prosperity, good luck, and money, because money is what rules the world. And we need money to build schools, have hospitals, and do whatever it is that we need to do for ourselves and our people. And I asked for Yah to keep me alive so I can see 50 more of these reunions until we get whatever it is that we need to stand together, no matter what religion or culture we belong to. Because we are one. Somos uno. We are one, and one we are, and we can't change that. Any place you go and see somebody black, you can say, hey, brother. Any place you go. Thank you for allowing me to take up your time. Dr. Murray, Derek? Hello?
Hi. Baba.
Derek, God bless you. God bless everybody on your panel for these 3 days. Thank you for allowing me to participate in whatever way I could. I hope I didn't damage or hurt you. I hope those people understand me. I grew up with black people that were dying. They were killing people in Brooklyn every day. So I know about that. Those days were past a little bit. Gentlemen, especially the gentleman who spoke about Egypt, I salute you. Derek, thank you very much. Odabo, Alafia, my brothers. Alafia, Ani, Adupwe. Thank you very much. May Allah do matter bless all of y'all.
Thank you, Baba.
I'm out.
Well, we're at the end of a very stimulating session. Let me thank our presenters, Amu Babatunde, Professor Kofi Opoku, Simon Matambo, and Sifiri Balaka. Thank you very much for outlining the history and the challenges. And we note the call, strong call for the way forward, that Continental Congress by 2030, a global Pan-African forum, because we can only do this together. And we thank you for that. Over to you, Dr. Murray.
I want to give thanks to everyone. I take note that it's almost midnight, and that's a reflection of, in some places, and that's a reflection of the commitment that our panelists and speakers and dedicated Pan-Africanists have to this cause. And so this brings to a close the Global Freedom Festival. We had 3 symposia. Leadership and Freedom was the first one, Indigenous Knowledge was the second one, and this one was African Spirituality. We'll close between now and next year, this time, when we'll have the symposia on again, and we gather to answer some of the questions that have been left hanging today. We will, the recordings will be on YouTube, they will be on the website, along with smaller clips, and you can access them, have your friends access them, your students and so on. And we'll have smaller activities between now and next year. Hopefully, Olodumare will bless us with enough resources and money that all of you can come to Barbados and we can beat drums, sing songs, chant, dance, and make plans for our future. Give thanks to everyone, and I trust if you have to travel, you travel safely, and be safe for the rest of the night, and see you next time. Thank you very much.